Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say steady coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the
touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah. What kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah. Ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah. Put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a joke from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The two teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO3 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban two champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select one champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一，
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Ready to go wild.
引起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归宿。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season English broadcast. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Guion Gaming. We'll be your shoutcasters for today.
And after the interesting games yesterday, well, we have to congratulate FPX, JDG, and OMG respectively for their amazing performance against BRU, Thundertalk, and NGX. We saw a lot of surprises coming in from yesterday's games actually. The Shen Yumi combination, though BRU didn't really make it work, but it was a nice intention, and maybe we will see more of that in the future. We saw Juju's MVP performance as well with the virus, massive impact as well, and the Jamtank action series between OMG and NGX. Such a amazing growth coming in from both of these teams, but inevitably it was OMG that was able to close that series in their favor. Here are the standings right now, and well, we will see EDG having their match later on against WHG. So that should be interesting because, well, we do have our questions regarding EDG maintaining their performance or maintaining their win streak. WHG does have a good contest against them for sure.
Absolutely. So here are how things have shaken up for the past couple of weeks. Of course, EDG, yeah, they are going to stay there on top, and for now there really is not a lot of competition up in the top level, so you know, we really do expect them to keep their place. JT up there in second with 3 wins as well. Nova, KBG, WHG, JDG, they all have a couple of wins themselves, and on the other side, you know, Trace Esports, Weibo Gaming. OMG had a really close series of games yesterday against Nigma Galaxy, but they did end up coming out on top after a very explosive game number 3. So very cool that they've gotten their first win there. Of course, they did lose against EDG, but you know, who is going to win against EDG at the moment? And here are our standings for APAC. We will be seeing KT.RY in just a little bit. Do you think that they can hang on to their top 1 spot right here, Guion?
I mean, that is an interesting question because KT.RY had started their games or started in this tournament a little bit on the back foot, did struggle against J-Team, but they managed to do a really good job against Cerberus Esports and Invade Esports. And this should give them enough momentum going in towards today's games against Fennel, which just had a single game so far, did struggle against Weibo Gaming. I mean, it is Weibo Gaming, one of the strongest teams in the WRL region, but this should give them also the motivation to, you know, draft something that will suit towards Fennel's favor, especially for Danny. The Lux didn't really, you know, do massive impact as intended there by Fennel. But regarding to their level of competition against KT, I think they would have a really good chance and they would threaten KT maintaining at the very top.
Absolutely. So yeah, you are going to be seeing, ladies and gentlemen, KT.RY versus Fennel, Woohoo Gaming versus EDG, and then NAOS Esports versus J-Team. A very stacked lineup today, if I do say so myself. And yeah, KT.RY, maybe Fennel will be able to deal a blow to them, but I do think that EDG versus Woohoo Gaming is going to be a little bit of an interesting match, even if, you know, the odds are pretty stacked towards Edward Gaming themselves. Woohoo Gaming, they've had some pretty standout performances. Let's see if they can, you know, kind of deal a blow as a David to this Goliath. But now as Esports, they have been kind of bullied a little bit in a couple of their recent games, and going up against J-Team, you know, the prospect of going up against one of China's strongest teams at the moment is going to be very what's the word for it, very intimidating for them. But
oh yeah,
of course we do have quite a lot of faith in them that they'll be able to maybe pull through here.
Yeah, well, for NAOS, they did struggle a little bit in their match, in their series against Cerberus Esports, and that kinda is concerning about them, honestly. You know, especially with Cerberus Esports standing as of the moment, the only win that they got is from NAOS Esports, so they really need to pick up the slack. They really need to kind of mimic their performance coming in from their match against Rare Atom, because they did wonderful work in that series. Mimro was an absolute beast with the Ash, so I think that is something that they just need to recollect once again and try to mimic towards their game this time against J-Team. It will be tough for sure, because J-Team has been going on a bit of a win streak, you know, winning against WHG, winning against Cerberus Esports, a team that beat NAOS Esports. So it will be a tough journey coming into our last series of the day. But our first series will be KT.RY, and this is as equally as important as the other games later on. And KT is so far having a momentum, a good momentum rolling on towards their favor after successfully winning both of the series during day number 3 and day number 7. I am gonna be looking forward to seeing maybe Zero having more comfort with these assassin pickoffs, because he did wonderful work there, just providing a lot of backline pressure against Cerberus Esports and Invade Esports. And coming towards this game against Fennel, this might be a bit challenging for them, but I mean, it's Fennel. Yeah. They're ready for this as well.
Most definitely. I mean, Fennel, a very, very talented set of players here. They just have not, I think they haven't been able to really show us the full extent of their power. But going up against KT.RY will definitely be a huge test of whether or not they'll be able to, you know, catch up with the rest of the APAC teams. Because really, we have set quite a lot of expectations for them, and they have not really met them, unfortunately. But that is, you know, they have had some incredibly tough matches, so kind of not their fault, but still, you know, the numbers speak for themselves. You know what I'm saying? It is just unfortunate that they're going to be going up against KT.RY right now, because they did lose against Weibo Gaming in their first match. And, you know, Weibo, very, very skilled players, a lot of big expectations for them as well on the Chinese audience. But going up against KT.RY, KT.RY did take down Cerberus Esports, and I mean, Rattel has been one of the what's it called? One of the big reasons why they've actually I actually thought that they had the same jersey there, but yeah, Rattel versus Chaz here. Rattel being one of the big reasons why KT.RY was actually able to turn you know, the game towards their favor against Cerberus Esports. I did kind of vote for him for, you know, one of the MVPs in the APAC scene from last couple of weeks. So I do want to see if if Fennel is able to deal a killing blow towards them, because really it is going to be incredibly difficult against these champions. But it does these players. But it does look like, speaking of champions, in our fight for a side, it's going to be a Yasuo versus a Zed here.
Ooh, I do love a Yasuo versus Zed, especially the Zed pick. One of the OG champions to be seen in any 1 versus 1. And to talk about Rattel even more, he is actually one. I do have the same sentiment with you. Voting for him as well as one of the really outstanding Baron laners so far. And well, he did have such an awesome performance with the Jax. I mean, I recall that game, and we were really astounded by his performance. Just helping KT.RY as a team beat Cerberus Esports. His lane dominance, absolutely no threat against him, and I think that is something that he is going to be looking forward to having in this series against Fennel. But let's see. I mean, Fennel has had a bit of a break over the past few days. They only had 1 game so far against WHG, and they're looking to shake things up a bit, recover their last deficit, and maybe have the same storyline as KT.RY, because KT.RY did have their first game as a loss, and then now they're stepping up, having their win streak.
Yeah, it's a kind of a look at me now situation here for KT.RY. Because they, as you said, they did lose at first, and then now they are at the top of the APAC leaderboard. So will Fennel be able to have the same kind of impact, the same kind of storyline here? Because they definitely have a lot riding on them. They're not like a weak team by any means. It's just that they did have to go up against one of the really stronger teams of the Chinese conference in their first game, and they did get 2-0'd there. So they really haven't been able to show, in my opinion, what they really have in store. And once they're able to go up against these APAC teams, I think that we'll be seeing a lot more from them.
APAC versus APAC team, or APAC team versus APAC team, always amuse me. We do see a lot of creativity on our games, having priority with a Senna, having priority with a Zig. Sometimes we saw even a champ priority coming from APAC teams, and even the Yuumi coming up. But let's focus on this 1v1 for now. This is a chill moment for us, and it has been quite fascinating to just see them just battling out. We have seen yesterday's games, some outplays even happening, and with the Zed, with the Yasuo, such high probability of an outplay is actually possible with these champions. And Rattel and Chaz, they are no strangers to those kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, and of course Rattel will have the early advantage here, because he does have that flow shield for trades. But if Chaz is able to actually hit his shurikens here and not avoid pokes like that, that he should be fine. But unfortunately, Rattel, very skilled here, quite efficient at getting these pokes in, as well as threatening that tornado. But he will be engaging onto Chaz a little bit. Chaz down to about 40% health, but Rattel, if he does get down to less than 50, then Chaz's passive is going to activate on that next auto attack, and it could be a fight decider here. But Chaz paying massive respect to the threat of a Yasuo level 3 flash engage.
I'm actually excited for our 5v5 games here for Fennel and Rattel, because now as Chaz plays here for the team, this player has been one of the most aggressive junglers that the Philippine region has ever produced. Is known for the term Chazix, and he is just making all these kinds of assassinations to anyone. So a lot of respect can be expected onto his champions later on. Also the Lee Sin and
fancy.
Wow, nice outplay.
He's getting fancy with it. The exhaust coming out though. Both ignites have been used there. Rattel is going to go for the health font, but Chaz finds it as well.
Ignite.
And the ignite has been put onto Chaz. He flashes out to get away safe. And without, the level 5, without the ultimates here for either player, it is just going to be threatening unengaged there. But so far, Rattel has been really, really good at just trading things out, trading out that damage whenever Chaz tries to go in. So Chaz really, really needs to be careful here to keep Rattel from abusing the superior range of a Yasuo.
I'm kinda not a fan with the Black Cleaver, and the same sentiments was actually expressed by Dash and Autolus with the Black Cleaver in the 1v1 sense. I think it would be better to pick up some lethality item, maybe an anti-shield, because it's a Yasuo, right? So you would want to negate some of his shields. Thought there's gonna be an engage.
Same. Keep going.
And as I said, you just want to maximize your bursting capability. Not really on the armor shredding, because that's more so important on champions that can actually dish out consistent DPS. And Chaz would like to avoid exposure.
He tries to go in, but there the death mark dodge is out on the tornado. No last breath here, but it is still up. Chaz's ultimate, on the other hand, has been used, and he's going to get engaged on now. The flash from Rattel brings him a little bit closer, but Chaz is able to flash out himself, get himself back to safety, and it does look like the Korean Baron laner is kind of bullying Chaz a little bit here.
We saw a little bit of an outplay there by Chaz, avoiding that enchanted Steel Tempest by Rattel, but it's a Yasuo. You can pretty much stack up your Q in less than 5 seconds, and that's going to be the case here for KT's Baron laner, consistently just bullying out, like what you mentioned here, onto Chaz. And we do see now the Black Cleaver, but the Blade of the Ruined King does have more value in a sense, because you would have that attack speed, you would have that percent HP, and also some regeneration because of that lifesteal. And since Rattel does have the shield, you can just go in and out.
Look at that damage, a 1v1! My god, that is why you pick Black Cleaver here. Yeah, in a 1v1, it is just such an efficient item, and the Black Cleaver really not paying dividends right yet for Chaz. And man, I really do think it is a pretty bad item in a 1v1. Maybe, getting a Yo moves would have been better, or I don't know, some other lethality item, just because, even if you do have that extra bit of health, that extra bit of armor shred, your opponent is not going to be building armor, so it's not going to be very efficient in terms of combat stats. And speaking of combat stats, a Brawler's Glove being picked up here for Rattel, going to give him that extra bit of crit chance that he may need. He also already has the Zillia's enchant here for his boots, so he's got huge outplay potential if Chaz does decide to get a little bit froggy. But that extra dodge of the Steel Tempest, but that does bring him a little bit closer to Rattel, and Rattel, man, he is on point with these Steel Tempests and, dashing all around the minion wave.
The shield of Rattel on the Yasuo is just so impactful in those short-term trades, allowing him to negate some of the burst here of Chaz and just continue, slicing him down. And I think the Serpent Spam might be necessary here for Chaz, a little bit of anti-healing too, because now just being pinned down towards the tower. 1,775 HP.
He goes for the last breath into the tower. Ignite has been popped as well, so he can't really get into tower range, but he's going to try to get into Chaz's face, threaten the EQ combo, and just, you need to respect that if you're Chaz. And my god, Rattel is just running away with this 1v1, a slow chokehold here towards the first blood, or even the first tower. Look at that. Chaz has really not been able to push back against the pressure coming in from Rattel. 1,000 health left, or less than even, on this tower. It might actually just die to the minions. Hello?
Cannon?
95 health. All Yo, look at this.
No.
All Rattel has to do is force Chaz out of lane one more time. He doesn't even need to go for the kill, and he can go for just the tower win.
Yeah, he can just...
But there it is. Deathmark coming in. Rattel, though, expertly dodges out. There's not a lot of damage there available for Chaz, but Rattel, he decides to fight back. And there it is. The Steel Tempest coming in. There's the last breath. There's the kill for Rattel. And then he's just going to push down into the tower. All he needs is one auto attack. Yeah, you can just flash in. And, yeah, he gets the tower with one auto. He takes the win after that first blood. And KT Roaster will have their choice of side for the rest of the match.
Really fantastic performance there by Rattel. That is kind of expected, you know. Yasuo does have a little bit of an edge against a Zed when maneuvered correctly and in a tight space. You know, we don't really have that much room to actually go with our combination. Plus, the Black Cleaver didn't really do that much of an impact there. If he did pick up maybe a Serpent's Fang, maybe some Executioner Calling, just for the negation or the anti-utility towards the Yasuo, might have had a little bit more chance towards there. But let's see, as now we are going to be heading down towards our 5 versus 5 matchup, and let's see what the whole roster actually is going to be here on the side of Fennel, because last time it was Ryuken, Trevor, Acker, Danny, and Ryzen. We do see still Chaz and Trevor actually in our cameras. So now, as KT does select red side, this should give Fennel the first pick priority. Maybe try to go around securing the Shen once again. They did try the Shen during their match against Weibo, though it wasn't able to help them land in the victory. But it's still an interesting choice.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting choice. And what's even more interesting is that KT.RY say they will be going for the red side, so they'll have that 2-pick priority. That kind of opens things up here, honestly, for their opponents, for Fennel, because they can get that one champion priority depending on what is left open. They can get perhaps an Aatrox, maybe a Zoe. I doubt those are going to be going through, but I do believe that for the first 2 champions of KT.RY, they're going to pick their Baron laner and their support. Most possibly, we have been seeing quite a lot of Gragas first or second picks here on the red side, and then of course, a Camille, very, very strong. I highly doubt that the first champion pick for Fennel is going to be something like a Jax, because they don't want to give that away. So I'm kind of leaning more towards either the mid or the Baron later being picked up first here for Fennel. I'm
also wondering what champions they are actually going to be banning here, because there's still a bit of a difference on ban priorities coming from WRL region and the APAC region. And since both teams are actually from the APAC, maybe we would see more priority towards, the Senna, the Ziggs, Yone a little bit. Camille should never just be left out open. I don't think both of these teams will be letting it be unbanned. The Aatrox can be let out open, but the Gwen has to be open as well, because that's usually the counter pick or the response towards the Aatrox. And these teams are going to be having maybe a little bit of a priority towards the Lee Sin, because like Chaz, Do actually is massive on this Lee Sin, and he even got the MVP during their game number 2 against Cerberus Esports. And now we do see Chaz, but he's going to be on the Baron lane here actually for Fennel. So that should be interesting. I mean, the influence of Trevor and the massive amount of experience already by this player will be utilized with him being still the jungler. And with Chaz's aggressiveness as a jungler, it will be moved now and utilized as a Baron laner to kind of match the aggressiveness of Rattel. And we do recall Rattel's, innate performance being just so influential in both of the series that they recently won. So this should be an equal amount of matchup here for Fennel and KT.
Yeah, and since this is an APAC versus APAC match, we do have the fancy like champion pick and ban. Well, it's not fancy; it's just different. But I do quite like it because it takes up you know, a lot more of our screen real estate, and it does give us quite a bit of nostalgia towards the old League of Legends champ select. But yeah, the Baron later going to be picked up first here for Chaz. It is going to be a Camille, a very, very solid pick for first, but since Zoe was left up, yeah, KT is going to be going with the Zoe. Now, Luna on Zoe is going to be an absolute monster, I believe. And if you calculate Zoe's ban pick percentage, it's 94%. So a lot of teams really do put priority on the Zoe, not as much as on the Aatrox, who retains his 100% pick and ban. But then again, KT.RY, you know, they don't want to have to deal with an unstoppable Demon King coming in. So an Akali as well going to be picked up here, probably for 0.
This is going to be a little bit of a scary lineup here that KT is already building. I'm kind of nervous about Fennel right now. I mean, normally we don't see the Zoe just being left out open. And with KT, they're slowly being able to adapt so much into the meta. Luna had a massive performance with the Zoe with the against Cerberus Esports. And Zero even picked up the Akali there. So we can expect really aggressive lineup being built here by KT.RY. Probably a Wukong, probably a Yone as well. And maybe even a set coming in from Noel, which is actually the exact lineup that they used against Cerberus Esports to land that reverse sweep. We will see Danny yet again though on the Lux, and the last time we have seen him use this was against Weibo. He did have a nice performance, but it was a little bit lacking compared to, you know, the massive influence of Chi at that time with the Zoe.
I'm gonna say that I do quite like this Lux pick into Zoe. You got enough range, you got you know, quite a bit of burst, and if you are sneaky enough, you can reliably control space for your team with his E, or with her E, with her Q. But it's going to be a little bit difficult to actually get your damage in, you know, if you don't take note of your cooldown. So Daddy has to really respect the threat that this Nautilus by Nobel is gonna give. Other than that, it does look like a pretty solid lineup here. KT.RY banning a bunch of Trevor's options out, with Kha'Zix and Lee Sin taken off of the rotation. The Yone and Renekton will be taken out as well. So KT.RY, the Olaf coming in, a strong jungler. I wonder what Trevor is going to be responding to this with, because, you know, without Lee Sin, without Kha'Zix, you do need to kind of match that pressure that the Olaf will be given out. So yeah, a Riven in the jungle. Wait a minute. Okay, so a Wukong is a much better choice here, but the Riven is also pretty decent. The Tryndamere definitely not going to be coming out. I wish it would, but it definitely will not be. Trevor on this Riven. There are... Wait a minute. So they're just going to go for the Zed pick first in the mid lane. Need a little bit more time to think about which jungler they're going to be picking up. And, you know, as far as... contesting an Olaf, the Xin Zhao actually does that pretty well, especially with his ultimate and his own form of isolation.
Yeah, because there are like two ways to actually address an Olaf, right? One is to try and burst him down as quickly as possible, but it's kind of really difficult to do that when there are like other champions going in alongside with Do later on. But one tactic is actually much more reliable or chosen by most teams, you know. Because you can actually just let the Olaf go in and isolate him. Isolate as well the other members. So that puts, you know, the Gragas and the Xin Zhao into a really good spot in countering the intention of the enemy team that does have the Olaf. And now as we do see KT picking up the Riven, we do see the whole kind of like game plan here of KT. Much similar to their game against Cerberus Esports. They look to be very aggressive towards the early game and have a decent amount of scaling as well with Zero and Luna. and both of which did have wonderful work during their last match. And Fennel, I hope this draft is gonna be helpful for them because I really love this, but it's up to the execution. Danny did struggle a little bit in the early game because of the outplays actually that Chi did with the Zoe, and with a similar matchup, I hope that the past experience will serve as a big learning here for Fennel and will be able to adapt now.
Yeah, and as we load up onto the Rift for the first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, let us know in the comments who you are betting on for this match, who you are supporting. Are you a Filipino fan and is it Fennel all the way? Or are you, from Korea, only Korean team here in the Wild Rift League Asia regular season? Of course, they got here by direct invite. KT.RY, they are, as a reminder, still at the very top of our leaderboards, and they may be able to keep it that way. So lucky to keep
I did love the assassin matchup as always. Zed and Yakali. You don't really see that much Zed actually from our game so far. Well, the last time was actually yesterday with OMG, but it's still fascinating to see, an Akali versus Zed, pretty much an OG, even the PC version of this game, just having really good time poking each other. It's a battle of creativity and also aggression. Nomel having an early rotation towards mid just implies how much resources they are willing to spend to give Zero that safety in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Zero does need that sort of safety. Daddy, early push into Luna's tower. I mean, that's kind of what you want to do against the Zoe. If she's not able to land her paddle stars, you do want to make it a little bit more difficult for her to get that CS. So Danny, playing it pretty much the right way here. Chaz and Rattel as well, not really wanting to go for anything big in the top lane right now, but if they do, I do believe Chaz is going to have the upper hand because of his passive, and yeah, he does go for the hookshot as well into the tactical sweep, but that does mean that Arisen getting there a little bit late won't be able to really follow up, fortunately. But Nomel is here. Nomel is here.
Just gonna be chilling a little bit here in this early game. Rattel does need a little bit of an assistance, and it's actually one of the ways that KT.RY landed that victory against Cerberus Esports and against Invade Esports as well. Just helping out Rattel in the early game, and then later on he's gonna be all independent. He's gonna be the one making the plays. He's gonna be the one setting up the tempo and also making those really interesting flanks unexpected by the enemy team as well. And that amount of influence is so worth it with the investment they're just doing right now, just helping him out in the Baron lane, just not letting him die. Trevor's ganking in the mid lane pretty early as well to provide pressure and helping out Acker. But Nomel has been really efficient with the rotations, just always being there the best time you would actually need him, and that shows so much good reading here on the side of KT.RY.
Yeah, and really, Acker, I am interested to see how his Zed is going to leverage, that roaming presence that he can establish now that he has his ultimate, now that, he can possibly target bot, possibly target top, because level 5, I think for both of these teams is an incredibly big power spike, especially when it comes to, influencing the rest of the map and roaming. But it is going to be a little bit of a slower match here. It is KT.RY though, who are slowly but surely building up a decent gold lead, even without kills. So we'll see if Fennel will try to leverage, any of their big game-changing ultimates to try to go for a fight anytime soon.
I think Fennel is also going to be waiting for level 5, especially for older members, because they do have a really good bursting damage when they do reach level 5. You have the Hextech ultimate, you have all those ultis for Fennel that can be used in a global scale, especially with Danny with the Lux. I think that might be the intention here of Fennel, coming a little bit closer now towards our 5-minute mark, wherein we will see, a possible pick coming in from both of our teams in preparation for the Dragon. KT.RY are making the rotations as well. They want to really pin down Chaz here in the top lane, maybe force him to disengage, have that prior for the RH as well. The Fennel, I think they're just gonna be letting it be for the meantime. They have relatively good clear. They have good mobility as well with their champions, and I think they're also gonna be planning to maybe pick up the dragon instead of the RH here.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rift Herald, once it does spawn, it I think it is going to be the priority here for at least for Fennel, because they do need a little bit more gold and some presence in the lanes, so that's going to be very, very important for them. But Trevor looking like he wants to set up towards this dragon, or at least scope it out and not let the members of KT roster you know, get the onus here. While Do, he is going to take that blue buff. Fennel, starting this dragon may be a little bit risky here. Arisen and Danny are there though, as well as Aker in the bottom lane. They could respond to this pretty well if they want to, but looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a dance here. Zero, Nomel, and Do, they are trying to cut off that Zed rotation. But Chaz has arrived into the middle lane. Looks like Fennel wants to go for a big fight. Excuse me, as they chase a KT roster off.
Yeah, they have a really good engaged lineup here. They can just force KT to back away because they recognize the threat here of Fennel, but the poke's coming in from the Zoe.
Oh, that's
Nomel?
gonna be a big flash. Man, Nomel, he may have made a pretty big mistake, but look at those health bars. Trevor is on very, very low.
Back. Oh my
Stasis
god!
will not be saving him, and he's going to go down. Aker with a death mark goes on to Do, but Arisen has to get out of there, and that is a 4 for nothing actually for KT roster. A perfectly executed team fight, and they should be able to get this Drake as well. Even with Do being pretty low, he does have that passive that gives him that life steal, and well, everything has just swung towards KT roster after a decisive team fight.
Yeah. And it started with the pokes here coming in from Loon as well. Arisen was too low. Nomel just went in. The cast was used onto the support, which was a little bit questionable on the side of Fennel, and just the burst coming here on the side of Luna and Zero. That was already expected just from our drafting on KT roster side, and we see it really being executed perfectly. They do get the dragon. Contesting now on the RH. Luna will just be throwing those paddle stars. An exchange of objectives, was still massive swing here for KT.
Yeah, and they FL, at least they were able to get that Rift Herald, but you can see Nomel not really all too afraid of the possibility of getting engaged on there. Already a 4.8 thousand gold lead here for KT roster. Very, very clean in their decision making and their team fighting. And Fennel adversity, or sorry, not adversity anymore. The adversity that they're facing is KT roster, but Fennel very, very what am I trying to say? They're trying to come up with a way to get back into this game. Kind of very desperate at the moment because their composition really needs them to be ahead. So Hextech Ultimatum going to be coming in here, keeping Rattel over there. Final Spark does get a little bit of damage, and an assist coming in for the jungler as well. But that Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Oh, Battlestar misses onto Danny, so Danny will be able to live that. But at least, you know, getting whatever they can, whatever picks they can. Fennel trying to get back into this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's the way to do it actually. Getting those single target pick-offs, and that is pretty much a design here of the lineup of Fennel. You have the Zed, you have the Camille, you have the Lux. You can pretty much make a lot of works on the side lanes. Zero though doing a really good job. Death Mark.
Okay.
Okay.
Zero though, he is not afraid whatsoever.
At all.
Dodges out on the explosive. Okay. A little bit of a tease there. A little bit of a tease. Very clean Akali play, showing how ahead he is of the Zed there.
Just comfortably hiding inside his shroud, and now with numbers coming in from the side of KT, they will get this tower in the bot lane and well, get it first here against Fennel, increasing their gold lead even more. And that's what's scary with the lineup here of KT against Fennel, because Fennel's lineup really needs to be ahead in the early game. You have the assassins top side.
Another attempt onto Rattel, another successful kill there. Chaz picking him off once again with the Hextech Ultimatum. And that is exactly what Fennel needs. They need to keep picking off at least one member that they can find, because KT.RY, they are not really putting a lot of importance into you know, keeping Rattel safe as much as they are on just kind of roaming around the map and seeing what they can take macro-wise. But Aker taking quite a lot of damage. That Light Binding will hit, but Luna is not in any danger. But who is in danger is Arisen. He gets melted down immediately, and they are on the chase. Danny gets Death Charge, and Danny gets Death. And Aker now on the back foot here, getting chased away. Zero did hit that Shuriken. He's going to be coming back in, and then he takes another kill for himself. Trevor and Chaz, the last man standing here for Fennel, and mind you, all of that was a 5 versus 4. KT.RY, they just found the perfect way to get into that fight and then push their advantage, getting 3 kills, getting another turret, and Do is kind of running rampant now.
And 2 reasons why they're able to do that. One is because they're already like 5,000 gold ahead prior to that clash. And 2, they know that the ultimates of Fennel were already down, so they don't have that much resources or utilities to actually go up against them, despite being down in numbers. With all their sums up, with all their ultis up, they can just charge into them. It started with a kill onto the Arisen. Sleepy Trouble Bubble actually was so unfortunate there for Danny, and Aker, despite, you know, trying to flee with the Zed shadows, it was just not enough. The damage was really high coming from Zero. Nomel was even there just for the assurance. And FL find themselves in a deeper hole than they are initially in coming towards this game. And the lack of aggressiveness prior to level 5 just is really upsetting here for them. And now, KT just go!
Yeah, and they are looking at a green light here. They say, we're going to go in, we're going to intimidate you into giving up your position here. But Fennel, they back away. They look for another way in, possibly, and they are going to start to try for this Rift Herald, while the rest of KT, they're like, okay, we're just going to go over to the Drake. We're going to bait you to come towards us. Fennel, they do start to chase. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, not finding a mark there. But no, you're just standing there taking damage from the Drake, looking to get his health a little bit lower because of that Olaf passive. So, you know, he can have a lot more combat efficiency coming into this. Probably a fight, but so far we're trying to fish for some damage here. But Trevor, he is on that Drake already. KT, this could be a little bit of a dangerous one. Yeah, double coming in here from Rattel and Zero, but
this is it.
So far, KT. Okay, there is a Sleepy Troll Bubble. It did not actually do all too much. The Dragon is still up. It's still fighting. And Fennel, they've made their way back into the mid lane, chasing away Zero. But the Dragon has reset. This is a lot of time being used on this Dragon Dance right now. And Fennel, they are going to go back into their jungle. This is, you know, a lot of resources being used towards this Dragon. But KT, they are the ones who are aggressing now. It's just a back and forth dance. Nobody really committing all too hard.
And it's because of the positioning here of Zero and Rattel, just the double flank, and the rest of the members are just comfortably juggling down this Dragon. A minute elapsed and FL find themselves unable to enter this Dragon Pit and contest KT. They're going to be trying on a different side here, coming down from bot lane. But again, Rattel has a good flank. Here comes Nomel.
Oh, they're in the face of Fennel, and look at this KT. They may get melted here as Danny has gotten away pretty shot. Zero goes for a big flank there, but Rattel is not going to actually have a lot of impact there. The Akali goes down, but Do is able to at least get one trade for it. It's now KT who are on the back foot. They've lost 2, and Fennel have found a perfect start into the team fight there to Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Arisen will be completely fine. That was a little bit of a misstep, a little bit of a greedy play there coming in from KT.RY, but Do is still here. He's still going to at least get the Skull Crab to keep vision onto the Dragon. And you know, they have been dancing around this Dragon for so long, and nobody's actually committed to taking it because nobody wants to start the Dragon and then start taking Dragon damage and then get engaged on. So back to the drawing board here for this fight. While Fennel, they do have the positioning advantage now.
And it was interesting how Fennel actually won that fight earlier. And we saw Rattel dealing absolutely no damage at all. It was kited out. Arisen, though, might
That
be
could
in
be
trouble.
a pretty big pick as Arisen. He does immediately melt down. He gets taken out by the Olaf, doing very well for himself. But there's the Hexic Ultimatum, which won't be actually a lot of impact. Trevor goes down as well. So that is a 3-0 for KT.RY. They caught Fennel sleeping there and immediately bring their team all the way to the Baron. They're not going to mess around with the Dragon anymore. They're like, all right, you guys can have that Infernal Drake. We're just going to go for the Baron. We need the Baron power play. We need to go for Siege. But no Zero over here. They could do something. It is Danny and Acre. No jungler to contest here. So this could be pretty dangerous. He lands the Shuriken and Acre is immediately melted down. He goes away and a flash onto Danny Zero. He has a lot of mobility and Danny does not have any as he gets the Shuriken kill. Just kicks his way back into the phase. 2 kills for the Akali. A scary ninja, most definitely. And KT, they get every single big objective, the Baron and the Dragon as well.
A lot of questionable plays coming in here on the side of Fennel, actually coming from mid lane. Arisen getting caught in the river, and then them just well, I mean, we get the intention. The rest of the members of Fennel wants to go into a rescue mission towards their support on to Danny as well. But at this point, you know, KT is not going to be holding back. If they see more members on FL side, they're going to be committing even more, making sure they get more kills. And that has been the trend happening here in this game. 12,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. KT is just looking for the finish.
Yeah, KT, okay, Trevor may have gotten caught there, but a death mark coming in Acre, not really wanting to commit all there. Luna did get pretty low. Final Spark will not find its mark, unfortunately, and Zero is still pushing here on the bottom of the map. The rest of KT looking to start their pressure game here on these inhib turrets. Fennel, very much so, just funneled into their base. Unfortunately, they don't really have the luxury of trying to fight outside of their base right now, especially with the Baron-empowered minions. Kind of escalating the pressure situation here. Chaz and Arisen, they can only really do hit and run tactics here at the moment. They might have to just give this inner turret for free, because what can they really do against KT at the moment with a 14,000 gold lead?
Ooh, massive gold lead. And at this point, it's kind of like a GG go next, you know. You're going up against a really late game scaling composition with a big enough burst, with an unstoppable Olaf, and the only weapons you have is that chance to maybe get a single target pick-offs because of your burst, but it's not gonna be doing much actually in the whole team fight scenario. They don't have that AoE damage that can actually threaten KT. Trevor on the Shinzao isn't really doing much as of the moment, and at this time of the game, you won't really be able to do anything at all to stop the members of KT. Yes, you have the cast. Yes, you have a Crescent's Guard. But if they just go all in, you won't be able to stop them at all. They tried multiple times already in the Dragon fights and the mid-side fights, but they aren't able to do it. So now,
Hexic Ultimatum brings Chaz over to KT.RY, but that may have been a little bit too deep. Yeah, he immediately gets melted, but he's still alive. He almost stays alive there for a while, but another couple of kills. Trevor goes down as well, and Zero, he almost got caught there, but he was able to stasis. You know, and save his own life. Another stasis here for Rattel. Will he be able to get away as well? Yes, he will. And KT.RY get away scot-free, even though they went in really deep into FL's base. Fennel, they are trying to go for these kills, but they're really not finding any success. Nomel and Do just get away scot-free as well.
How are they able to stay alive? KT, so many low HP members, but Fennel couldn't land the kills onto them. And it's just so frustrating on their part for sure, because they want to get those shutdowns. They want to find a way to come back in this game, but they're not being allowed to do so. And KT, they find themselves very comfortable just setting up for this Baron. They can maybe set up a Death Rush to threaten Fennel even more. Or maybe even just force it right away, because they know they can just turn towards Fennel at this point in time. 16,000 gold lead, just everything in KT's favor. Rattel earlier just landed a really nice flank from the blue side jungle here of FL. Whoa, almost there.
Luna. Yeah. looking to get a little bit spicy. Jumped into the bush with 2 members. Unfortunately, FL got his sleep from there. Did not really go for their damage. I mean, Aker could have gone for a death mark there, but that would have gone really, really poorly for him if it brought him back to where Zoe initially jumped from. So, Fennel just has to kind of deal with the immense pressure that KT.RY is bringing. They have to just take what CS they can, maybe dream of scaling up, but KT, with the Elder Drake coming up in about 25 seconds, they definitely will be aiming for that and then go for a game-finishing fight here, because Fennel cannot find their way into these fights as of yet.
And there's no angle that they can actually take here against KT anymore. I mean, can you still even make some, some single target pick-offs? Because right now, KT is just grouping up constantly. Maybe onto Rattel, but if they do, I mean, the Elder Dragon is pretty much exposed now. And KT is just pressuring Fennel right now into committing into this area. And we have seen them win multiple times, baiting Fennel. Though is just here comfortably. Ryzen uses the cast.
Big miss from Arisen. His cast will not be effective at all. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will find him and he will go down. Another kill onto the middle laner, and Fennel, they really cannot fight at all. Zero just comes in, he goes for the shuriken, he does get a look at Annie's health bar, absolutely melt. The Stasis comes in for Zero, but he does go down, unfortunately, and last man standing is going to be Chaz.
That's clean!
Zero is going to stay alive, he doesn't go down, but he was able to just take everybody out almost, and what a team fight there from KT.RY. They don't even need to go for the Elder Drake, they're just going to go for the end here after that big ace, not even inside the base, and KT, they're going to be working this Nexus, but there's no doubt that they will secure game number 1 here against Fennel.
Such a clean performance for KT.RY, and we can't help but feel a little bit down here with the performance of Fennel. We say drafted a really engaging and really aggressive lineup, which we did not see any sort of aggression at all. Maybe 2 times they're ganked onto Rattel. I mean, they did have the Hextech Ultimatum into the Body Slam into the Final Spark combination, but it wasn't really fully utilized as intended. We saw more fascinating plays coming in from KT's side, especially with the performance of Zero. 2 versus 1, not a problem in the bottom lane. Rattel being ganked, not a problem. Numel is gonna be there to help him out, and Luna is just landing all those battle stars, and that is the reason you don't give the Zoe into, well, to KT and pretty much let it open, because the impact, the effect when the Zoe is picked up by an amazing player like Luna is just going to be serving a really bad time here for anyone that is battling against them. And this time it is gonna be Fennel really struggling in this game. We did not see any sort of light of coming back from Fennel. Maybe that fight in the Dragon before the Elder Dragon, they did win that fight 2-for-1 trade, but it wasn't really entirely a massive swing towards their favor. At most, it was a slight glimpse of stalling time for the inevitable end that KT really had rolling for them.
Absolutely. So with that being said, we just saw KT.RY spread their wings and really show us, why they're top dog at the moment. It just felt so hopeless there for Fennel once, they made that big mistake of coming to that one team fight where they got 4-for-1 or 4-for-0 at the start, and that just kind of snowballed, and KT just made all the good calls, all the right decisions, while Fennel, once they were taken down, they really didn't seem like they had a game plan to get back into it. So let's take a look at the stats, and you can see that the gold has just, wow, it just snowballed from there. You can see the exact point where they won that first team fight, and then it just kept going up. There was pretty much no interference here from Fennel, even though they did try their best, and Zero 31,098 damage, out damaging Luna by a mere 91 points of damage. That's what a really fed Akali does, and I think that Fennel really have to respect this Akali now from Zero. I do think it needs a ban, but then, what else do you ban out? You got the Aatrox and, the Zoe as well will be a big problem. So, yeah, it's a really, really tough spot for Fennel at the moment.
here's what happened here in this game. Fennel prioritized Rattel. That it was really good because Rattel pretty much did. I mean, his performance was minimized in this game. Only 9,000 damage, and also, you know, not much really impact aside from the crowd control he was dealing. He was kited out most entirely in the fights as well. But the attention put into him kind of affected negatively on the whole game as well, because Zero popped off. He was the one provided with the space, and he was making a lot of outplays all throughout the game. And with his pressure, I mean, with the champion as well, and with the talent of Zero, I mean, he already had a similar performance with this in their game against Cerberus Esports and Invade Esports, and it should be expected as well coming towards this game that he will do, or at least attempt to do the same performance against Fennel. And it did came through here in this case, and that should be, you know, avoided anymore here by Fennel. If not, KT is just going to be rolling over and might even land their first or their second 2-0 victory here, because they did get that 2-0 against Invade Esports, and right now they're sitting so comfortably after that match. Not much, you know, bad plays actually happened to them. Pretty much the early game was really helpful for them, because they just needed to set that tempo for level 5. The first dragon fight was massive. They got 4 kills in that and basically cemented a 5,000 gold lead, and Zero, well deserved on that MVP spot. Definitely a massive performance and an absolute beast all throughout this entire game.
Yeah, and definitely a deserved MVP here by Zero. He just ran away with this game given the opportunity to. He just took that small lead that he had and just immediately rolled over the rest of Fennel. So big props to him on that Akali.
Let's see what Fennel is actually going to be doing towards next game, because they're still, you know, trying to experiment a couple of things. It is new that Chaz is going to be in the Baron lane. So far it did a little well, but I think a lot more improvement can be made towards the series. It will be necessary for them to come back in this series against KT. The question of them being able to do so will be answered after this short break, but I mean, so far KT is just rolling over against Fennel right now.
Yeah, so we'll take a little bit of a break, ladies and gents, but when we come back, we'll be watching game number 2. Can Fennel take this back, or will KT rolls to get another dominating 2-0? Stay tuned. You are watching WRL Asia regular season. We'll be back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are still watching Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. We are in game number 2 of the day. It's still Fennel versus KT.RY. The story so far is that KT.RY had a pretty dominating first game. Can they get the 2-0 or will Fennel bring us to game number 3? My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Guiyang, and we will be your shoutcasters for this game, for this match, for this day even.
And so far, you know, KT is just upping their momentum as of the moment. Fennel, we did not see that much fight coming in for them in that previous game, but as they switch sides, KT is going to be having first pick priority. Fennel's going to have the 2 champion priority. Let's see if they are going to be able to maximize their, you know, their building here on this red side, because Fennel chose to be on red side here. They will be denied for sure a pickup on the Zoe, and KT this time might actually just be able to let this champion be, because now they're just banning away the champions that Fennel usually actually prioritize, especially the Fiora, especially the Senna that is pretty much popular on the Philippine region meta as well. But that should give them the opportunity to have champions open like Aatrox, the Zoe, maybe even the Gwen, as they do ban the Aatrox at the very end. But Zoe's still available. And Fennel, I mean, it is a natural decision. They should ban this away.
Yeah, they need to respect either Luna or Zero ban out either the Zoe or maybe the Akali, because those were really big keys to the game for KT.RY in the last game. And it's taken a while for them to make their decision, because, you know, I completely understand. Jace coming out in the bans. That does mean Zoe's open. That does mean Zoe gets picked, and Luna is going to run rampant once again, unless Fennel can counterpick that. Yeah, they're going to trade it for something. Gragas will once again be for Arisen. He is a pretty decent Gragas. Just did not have all too much of an impact in the last game, unfortunately.
Yes.
Okay, Aker.
Trade it up.
Aker, let's go with
that is
Akali.
necessary. That is expected already for sure.
Most definitely. But the Zed is open.
They traded the Zoe for the Akali. They can also maybe pick up the Gragas as intended here for Arisen. But the Shen should be interesting here.
Ninja
if
time.
ever they do lock it in. Yeah, ninja time here for Fennel. And I mean, they did try it out against Weibo Gaming. It did not pan all too well for them, but it still was an interesting champion pickup. And we did talk about this prior to this series as well. And interestingly enough, KT does secure the Gragas and the Zed. They're pretty much saying to Fennel here that they will show how these champions should be used in this game number 2, and it's starting to be a little scary because KT is upping the damage now. They have good engage and disengage. Fennel is banking on the saving grace, the ambulance, the global presence with the hero's entrance and the Stand United, and I think that is going to be necessary to kind of resist the forces here of KT.RY.
Yeah, at KT they have read the composition that Fennel is trying to go for, ban out that Yuumi, but you know, since Arisen, he's already going to be picking that Galio up. No Yuumi should be necessary here, I don't think, but it is still going to be a very difficult composition to make happen. It's going to fall a lot on Aker and how he's going to, you know, play against the Zed. Again, it is a battle of the ninjas. 2 ninjas on the side of Fennel, 1 on the side of KT.RY. If only we had a Kennen here, but unfortunately, Kennen not meta at the moment. Kha'Zix going to be coming out in the bans as well, trying as well as the Olaf here for Fennel. So they are pinching those
anything but the Kennen. Just anything but the Kennen. We saw it one time in the Esports, and that game was an absolute disgusting game. I'm gonna say it right off the bat. No filters anymore, and that should be avoided at all times, at all costs. Any champion, any mage than the Kennen. And well, we will see some late game scaling here on the side of Fennel, which is really nice. A nice touch. You have the frontline Jax, you have frontlines Shen and Galio. Split push capability by both the Akali and the Jax. The only champion they need right now is possibly the Ziggs here for Danny, and I think it's going to be a stable pick because now you will have that big bursting damage to kind of chunk the HP down here of KT.RY to set things up for Acker with the Akali. I think that is going to be necessary here for Fennel, a good angle that they can actually take, because right now what KT.RY is intending to have is that options for team fight: engage, disengage, single target pickoffs, and AoE and damage shred as well. And that is expected already as their final pick. The Gwen to just serve in as an additional frontline and kind of trim down. You know, Gwen is just one of those champions, or might be one of the few champions that will be happy going up against a tank, because your passive and your Q just deals so much shredding power and even some true damage with your snip. And no matter how tanky the champion is, you will deal a lot of damage towards that champion either way.
Yeah, so this looks like a pretty tough composition for Fennel to go up against, but they do, as you said, have a lot of options scaling into the late game. It is just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to get into it, because Chaz on that Jax, ooh, he's going to be attracting quite a lot of attention to himself. But I do want to believe in the Varus. We have seen the Varus pick doing really well, especially when it comes to, you know, later on in the game and chunking down people before the fight even begins. The Chains of Corruption as well, really good in clumped up team fights if you're able to land it on the right person and then just disable the rest of the team. So with all that being said, KT.RY though, they do have an incredibly scary composition. However, whoever they choose to jump on in the mid game, Fennel can just defend them. You know, map Y. They can go with the Stand United into the hero's entrance, and suddenly a 1 versus 3 becomes a 3 versus 3, and if you're not prepared, you get CC'd.
I love the composition though of Fennel. I'm not gonna lie, I do love this lineup right now. I think this is one of the best ways that maybe they can actually take KT right now. But KT loves to scale. They like timing their engages prior to their power spikes, and it is pretty common on really well-established teams already, especially in the WRL. They usually just make the plays at like level 5, maybe at the minute 4, which is kind of like the trend here on Wild Rift in general. But the execution wise of KT is actually pretty much similar now to how the WRL teams actually do it. And also the rotation of Nomel in game number 1 has been really effective. And I think that is something that Arising can try to mimic, maybe try to follow him as well to provide that safety more towards FL side, because now they're the ones who are actually gonna be needing to scale up, play it a little bit safe in the early game, wait for level 5, and then make the play at that point.
Yeah, and I think the Akali here on Acker's this Acker Akali, excuse me, should be a pretty decent pick here. Sleep Triple Bubble will land. Luna though, no Paddle Star available, just goes for Paddle Star after the fact. But Danny did get a little bit of shield there, and 32% damage from Luna in last games as a Zoe, but we do know that he got out damaged by Zero, so you know, that Zero getting 33% damage. Trevor now in a little bit of trouble. He does not have a lot of dueling power, especially in the early game as Shen, especially against the Monkey King. So he just has to respect that he is not really a dueling jungler. He's more of a support jungler with that Stand United that he gets at level 5. But until then, he can expect to get a little bit bullied here. Do and Nomel making their way into his jungle. They may actually have gotten the kill there if they decided to go a little bit further in and try to meet at the red buff. So okay, another Sleepy Trouble Bubble will hit this time. The Paddles are ooh, what a force of damage. 100% win rate for Luna on this Zoe though. 3 wins and 0 losses when playing this champion.
Oh yeah, a win against Cerberus Esports and a win as well against Invade Esports. game number 3 and game number 2 respectively. And also, you know, so far, game number 1 here against Fennel has been really massive. And we even saw the stats earlier, 32% damage dealt. And really just massive performance and influence in all of the fights that occurred in that game number 1. That's going to be intended towards this game as well. Though Danny is doing pretty much a good job in the bottom lane, despite, you know, the pokes coming in from the Zoe, because it's going to be expected coming in from multiple angles, and that's just how the Zoe actually operates in the laning phase. But the Virus does stand a really good chance against the Zoe, especially in team fights. The Chain of Corruption can just easily turn the fight around with just one tap of that skill, especially with the lineup here of KT. Most of them are melee. So when you actually use your Chain of Corruption, most of them are going to be completely zoned out. You either to tank in that CC or back away.
Pretty big, maybe, as Nomo gets engaged on. Rattel with his own
that hurts.
snip. That is very, very damaging. And it's unfortunate that Chaz was the one that was tagging that, because Arisen, he is pretty much full health. And having the Jax have to back away here and, you know, miss possibly some CS, some experience is a lot worse than, you know, having the Galio tank hits. But so far, a little bit slower than our last game. Almost 4 minutes in and no kills. KT Roaster, though, they are building a little bit of a substantial gold lead.
And this is the point where Fennel actually should be looking for plays now. Actually, earlier, I was waiting for the Stand United coming in from Trevor, but they actually did not use it. It was still farming at that point. Maybe it wasn't the right call for them to actually engage, but it kind of could have been really nice for them to try and bait out, though the wave was really pushed out. I think that was one of the major factors for them to just cancel out that engage. And they're just going to be waiting for the 5-minute mark. Prior to the Dragon fight, prior to the RH fight, they should be setting up a really nice pick-off, because the combination here of the Shen and the Galio is pretty much to try and outnumber an opponent, because a 1 versus 1 can suddenly turn into a 3 versus 1. And that's pretty much how this Shen Galio can easily turn the fights around. That's supposed to be a loss. And Chaz has been doing wonderful work actually in the Baron lane, going up against a Gwen. It's pretty difficult to go up against a Gwen, because if you overstep your boundaries, you know, he will just gonna be going in. With the Ghost, it's easy to close the distance. With a snip, no matter how tanky you are, you're just gonna be completely shredded. And a lot of tools is just present with the Gwen itself. That's why it is actually, you know, mostly being banned in our games alongside with the Aatrox, because the influence and the damage is just really off the charts.
Yeah, and KT already on this Rift Herald. Fennel look like they want to contest, but whoa, Danny taking quite a lot of damage just from the paddle start, and then he gets the trouble bubble. Chaz is in the middle of the mix, and then the Hero's Entrance comes in, so does Trevor Stand United, but Chaz is still kind of melting. The first kill does not come through. Danny was getting hunted down. Chaz on the back side, he will be able to leap strike onto an ally, and the first kill actually goes over to Acker. He got onto the back there and took 0 out.
Yeah, and I would say that is pretty much a good trade. Because, well, it is kind of difficult to contest KT already with the RA, so you're going to be using it in the Baron lane to help Rattel get even more gold. But I love the safety actually provided there for Danny, because he was being threatened by Luna, he was being threatened by Zero, and after the moment he got into that fight, actually he completely zoned away Zero and even gotten the kill there. Now they have good position in this Infernal Drake. They should be trying to, you know, avoid, but since Chaz is in the top side, this might be really difficult for them to handle and might need to give this away even.
Yeah, I don't think that Fennel really wants to fight this, but they're going to try, as already Arisen is in the mix. Acker does a lot of damage onto Zero. He's chasing that set Ninja versus Ninja.
Steal,
and it does look like Acker may be the one who comes in and wins it. And it is going to be a Drake take. But for the rest of KT Roaster, Nobel is there. They did get a kill, at least onto the Jax, but they are going to lick their wounds. KT came off worse there in the fight, but they did get the objective, I believe.
No, it's actually
no, they
Fennel.
didn't. It's Fennel.
Especially because of Danny. That's why I kind of reacted earlier, and it was really nice coming in from Danny. That is the save. That is the play that is necessary here for Fennel.
Acker!
Here comes the combo.
He is going to go for the Stand United as well. Okay. Trevor trying to go for a dive. Unfortunately, Acker came in earlier and had to tech third, so that does signal them to called that off. If it was Trevor who came in first, it would have been a lot better. So let's take a look, because I actually missed this Drake take. I was focused on Acker and Zero, and it was the Varus Covenant with a piercing arrow taking the dragon. But yeah, Acker just chasing down the Zed, the Deathmark not doing anything really. As Nomal got jumped on there, Chaz was the one to take him, or no, it wasn't even Chaz, it was Danny, I think, with the last tick of the dot. So Fennel, they are ahead in terms of kills, but KT doing really well, keeping the lead pretty much non-existent here, even though they are behind now in terms of kills.
In terms of gold, it is pretty even as of the moment. Fennel does have the scaling composition though, and that
yeah.
I think they're not going to be pressured that much as long as the gold lead of Fennel, if they are getting gold lead, doesn't reach, you know, a whopping amount, you know, 1,000 gold lead per minute, or maybe like 5,000. I think that should be fine here for Fennel. Acker's starting to pop off. Here comes Arisen as well, just forcing out the needles here of Ratel, and pretty much the performance of Acker has been really on point. You know, the kill onto Zero, the second kill onto Zero as well in that dragon fight. Overall, just the performance of this Akali from Fennel is necessary, because late game Acker is gonna have that big responsibility to really reach the back line, especially to threaten Luna, because maybe, you know, Chaz is going to be trying to do it as well, but he's also going to be focusing on dealing the crowd control towards the frontline members of KT. The follow-up might be coming in towards Acker as well from Trevor and Arisen, and he is going to be serving so much in the team fights for sure. Right now he's defending in the bottom lane, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. But Fennel, they're positioning.
Yeah, they are positioning more towards this bottom lane. Acker, though, was able to successfully defend. There's a Sleepy Trouble bubble coming in. It's going to be going on to the Galio. Arisen gets knocked back with the explosive cast, but the Sad United keeps him alive for a bit, but not enough to actually keep him standing. Doe's clone was in the mix and got taken down, but that is going to be a pretty decent kill. Oh my god! There's in the death mark as well onto Danny, but that's not going to be nearly enough. Just tickling that Varus, taking it down to 50%. Another Sleepy Trouble bubble, and this could be a pretty big catch. No, it won't be, as Chaz is able to get out of there. But a couple of kills for KT Roaster will mean that they are able to get priority over onto this Rift Herald, especially without the jungler.
And it was really fascinating for KT. They realized that, okay, Danny missed the chain of corruption. We can actually get this fight. And they do. They get the pickups that they needed, translate it into an RH, and check out this replay as well. You know, just the manipulation on the positionings here of Fennel, it was massive. Despite the stand united of Trevor, there was pretty much nothing that they can do because Danny missed the chain of corruption. Acker took a lot of damage. And just the paddle star here by Luna is absolutely disgusting in the damage department. 2,000 goal lead established now by KT. It's not too much, but it is something now that is building up for KT. And Fennel, they need to watch out.
Yeah, Fennel now, they were kind of ahead, and you saw in the gold chart, it was kind of bouncing back and forth between KT and Fennel, but now KT, they need to be incredibly careful whenever Luna is, you know, anywhere near them, because that Sleepy Trouble bubble did signal to KT to go really hard on the Graga. So Arisen really was not in any way, shape, or form ready, but he may be ready here. The Zed has been engaged on Zero, just trying to get out of there alive as Chaz jumps onto him, and he gets saved by the explosive cast, but the Justice Punch Flash will take his life. Arisen with a very flashy combo there to finish the kill onto the Zed. The Shelly will be dropped here in the mid lane. Doe and Luna will be coming in, taking that gold for themselves. And even though that was a good kill for Fennel, they weren't really able to convert anything off of that.
Yeah, it's what happens after the big investment here of Fennel that KT actually gets more into their favor. The tower in the mid lane, the push into the bottom lane, now a priority towards this Ocean Drake, and they're completely zoning away the members of Fennel. Waves in the top lane is pretty much frozen, so nothing to be worried about there on KT and Fennel's side. But now with the positioning of KT, Fennel has no entry here. They don't have vision into the river, and Luna has so much room to work around with for those portal jumps and paddle stars not much doing damage here onto Chaz, but onto the other members, it's gonna hurt so much. And look at how they're actually moving to zone away Chaz. Now they can pincer down on the other 4 members of Fennel. This is gonna be looking bad. Do is here.
Yeah,
Danny.
Joe's going to be engaging Danny as a target. The hero's entrance comes in, but it doesn't really knock up anybody, just to clone. The rest of Fennel, though, they are going to be coming in from the back side. And who's going to be coming in? Luna is incredibly low, getting chased down by Chaz, and Chaz does get that first kill. And Acker, he's going to be going onto a tail. Now that is really, really big, but Acker does go down. A little bit too aggressive there, a little bit too ambitious, as Arisen has to get away. The Ignite will not take him down, but it's a 1-for-1 AD for, well, not AD, but Dragon Laner for mid laner, and that, I think, is to the advantage of KT, because they will be able to get priority on this dragon and just immediately take it down.
It's what happens after a team fight. KT still has the
upper hand. Trevor's gonna on the re-engage, maybe? Arisen is there as well. He's being a big, thick boy in front, but no. Just going to get the pressure off of them and put the pressure onto the mid lane here. Nomel may be trying to re-engage. That tower will be falling for KT, as Fennel, they are trying to use guerrilla tactics here to get anything that they can.
Yeah.
That's their first tower.
They managed to, through Trevor and Arise, and they managed to stall the rotation there of KT so that they can at least, answer back with an objective of their own. So they give up the dragon after the 1-for-1 trade, and they take the tower for themselves, just increasing their gold, trying to catch up here on the gold lead of KT roster. And let's check out that replay for a little bit. It started with a real nice initiation for Doe, but check out the positioning of Luna, because Acker and Trevor was already behind him, and it was actually just in a really bad spot. That allowed Fennel to actually force KT to move back, but Acker overstep his boundaries. That caused him to die, and it allowed KT to just rotate towards the dragon, and there was nothing that Fennel can actually do to stop them. They answer back with a tower, which is an equal amount of response, but having to not get any prio on the dragon is gonna be hurting them in their scaling here on Fennel.
Yeah, Fennel really do need to start contesting those dragons and getting proper positioning. But it's incredibly difficult when, the space is being controlled by a Wukong, by a Gragas, by even the Zoe and her Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. And even though at the moment it is Fennel who have more kills, it's 4-5, the gold lead is still in the hands of KT. Chaz, though, slowly but surely scaling up. Already got his Hullbreaker, already got his Divine Thunder. He's going to be a little bit difficult to try to contest in a 1v1 if he does try to go for the split pushing. Trevor, though, he will be having to stand united out. No CC on the side of Mattel, so he won't be able to actually confirm that kill. But that is a stand united down, at least for the next fight if KT decide to engage here. So it is quite a bit of priority for KT. They know that there is no Stand United here for this fight. Chaz has been Sleepy Trouble Bubble knocked back, but the hero's entrance is still there, so he will be defend. The rest of FL coming in pretty hot, but they are going to disengage KT. So a very good opportunity being sensed there by KT to jump onto the Jax. However, Fennel defend him pretty well, but they did invest a lot of utility.
Fennel still has some room here in this game, but they're being bullied quite a lot here by the members of KT. The paddle stars are starting to hurt. The Gwen of Rattel is just starting to be a big frontline threat.
Trevor gets engaged on. There's a Cyclone. Acker's there, but another Cyclone will knock them both up. Arisen is there, going to go for the taunt, and this may be a pretty bad fight for Fennel. They have been taken on pretty low. Chaz is there. He may be in a 3 versus 1. He decides to jump in onto Luna, but Luna gets away. No huge commitment here from either side. Nobody wants to be on the losing side of a big team fight, so they're just gonna back away, get their jungle camps, and then reset, prepare for the next one, because the dragon should be coming up in about a minute 30.
So let's set up win conditions here in the late game, because we're already at that point in the game. KT, their goal is to protect Luna at all costs. Provide that safety for Rattel as well to keep on, attacking as many members as possible for Fennel, because the shredding power does take a little bit time to load up, but the damage is still present. They're just trying to maximize the amount of players or champions being hit by the Gwen as Zero, you know, threatens Danny all throughout. Acker's goal on the side of Fennel though is to try and threaten Luna, and he has been doing it quite a lot. And kudos to Trevor and Arisen as well, because they are trying to make their ways towards, you know, preventing Luna from having access towards her backline and having to throw those paddle stars. But it's much more difficult to actually execute FL's strategy because of these, simply because of the pressure of Rattel with the Gwen.
Yeah,
now Chaz,
Chaz, he got engaged.
The trio.
But yeah, the trio comes in, the Wambulance, and they are on the chase now. Zero is able to get away as well.
Oh, Luna.
On to the re-engage along with the Gragas, but the Gragas will have to go into stasis. Will
Danny
not
free
be
hit
able to live there. Unfortunately, Danny is
Luna.
the free hits here. Chaz is gonna go down, and that is the big damage dealer down for Fennel. They know they have to get out of there because our Arisen is gonna get engaged on. He's going to have to sacrifice his life for the rest of them. But Danny as well goes into stasis. Will get chopped up, snipped to bits. Acker gonna try his best to do anything to get anything here, but as a Kali, what can he do against 5? He just needs to get away, and that is a 3-for-1 in favor of KT.RY. So 3-for-2, I believe, actually. Yeah, 3-for-2.
3-for-2. I mean, it started off with a really nice engage coming in from Fennel, but if you don't really get that initiation, you don't get that first contact with the stand unite, with your taunt as a Shen. Acker also, you know, a little bit late because KT knows that if they fall back, if they kite them, they can actually have a better chance in the team fight. Danny had a really nice time free hitting for some time as Zero goes in onto a different champion, onto a Trevor, but Luna was also free hitting with those paddle stars. And take a look at Rattel as well, you know, with him just being able to do the damage as intended as a Gwen on the front lines. No matter how tanky you are, you're just gonna get cut here by the Gwen's scissors. And Acker being so late into the fight just couldn't do anything anymore. And that timing was really, really good coming in from KT. And that's what they intend to do in every team fight. Bait out the ultis of Trevor, bait out the ulti of Arisen as well, and then fall back. When they don't have their ultis anymore, when they don't have the massive shield and the massive AoE crowd control, that's when they can actually strike. And when they do, they don't hold back.
Yeah, and KT, once they find their target, and usually the target here is going to be the Jax, I mean, Chaz just has to be incredibly careful not to get super caught there, because he did last a long time in that fight, you know, with the help of Trevor, with the help of Arisen. But it just was not, he didn't last long enough. He needs to be able to be tanky as well as dealing damage, because a lot of Fennel's hopes are riding on him, if not, you know, Danny from the back. And, you know, they're going to get engaged on again, though, coming in onto Arisen. Arisen may be in a little bit of trouble, a spot of bother here as he gets cycloned on. But Trevor, maybe with the re-engage, will be chased down. Rattel on him now. Stasis coming in for both members there, though is going to get jumped on. Chaz now, he is the primary damage dealer, but he won't be dealing enough damage to actually live there.
Oh.
Trevor goes down as well, and they are on the chase. Big flash body slam, and that will be the Varus going down. Arisen, he's going to try to run away, but on their tower, really, what can you do? You're getting chased down. You have not a lot of mobility options. Acker as well, going to get death mark there, almost died. Okay, one last shot should be enough. Rattel, no, he just barely tickles him, but that is a 4 for absolutely nothing. KT going for the throat now. They're going to go for the Nexus. What a big fight to end with as KT.RY get that 2-0 against Fennel.
Same time as well. 20 minutes, they pick up a fight and win against
20
Fennel.
minutes, 20
and
minutes,
then
2-0.
just go with the end. Yeah, pretty much a deja vu moment here on the side of KT. Fennel just simply couldn't, you know, withstand the power and the prowess here of KT. Such a good performance by this team, and they recognize the threat of the lineup here of Fennel. They know that they will sometimes make that pick off, similar to game number 1. When they have their ultis, they are really scared to deal with Trevor's Stand United and Arisen's hero entrance. What they do is just force those utilities and then back away. They kite away avoiding the massive crowd control that is really difficult to go through, and normally they do just try to force that fight, but they learn and they realize, okay, Fennel does have a really good chance when we try to force our way through the crowd control, through the taunt, through the justice punch of Horizon. So they re-strategize themselves. They kite away, let Luna just throw in the paddle stars and let Rattel do his thing, and then they fight back. The moment that Fennel doesn't have any more resources to actually stop them, because they already used a stand united, they already used the hero's entrance, there's pretty much nothing that they can actually do for the team fight anymore. Acker tries to restore the backline, but what can you do when there's a Wukong that has double Cyclone and also the Gragas of Nomel that does really fantastic stuff with the cash, with the body slam, and they can just pretty much re-engage. In that last fight, we saw that happen as well, and KT just really brilliant overall with their performance and really well-deserved victory. 2-0 right now. Similar to Invade Esports, they land a dominating series.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, KT, they played as a team, as a five-man here. They knew that they had to focus on Chaz and team fights, and they did that wonderfully, especially in that last one. They baited Chaz into jumping in, and then what they did was just they CC'd him while Trevor was coming in, and knowing that they really couldn't, you know, they had to split the difference. They had to split the attention from the Jax, so they all piled onto him. They all piled onto the Jax while Trevor was coming in with a stand united. And then, you know, even through the counter-strike, he wasn't able to sustain all that damage. Rattel 5-0 and 4 here. What a god on that Gwen. And of course, man, the damage coming in from Luna as well. I mean, Chaz was not able to get any sort of backline access there on the Zoe. And it was just a very, very well executed team fight. And, you know, Acker not being there was kind of the nail in the coffin. As well, the hero's entrance being used early, so he wasn't able to, you know, come in along with the stand united. That was just the cherry on top of that win for KT.RY. So really, really good control here in the team fights, and they know how to play against the enemy's win condition, and big props to them for that.
Who do you think will get the MVP? You think it's gonna be Rattel or Luna? I think it should be Rattel, especially with his just overall influence and stability in the side lane, but I think it's gonna be Luna. I mean, his performance was just stable in that game, and pretty much, you know, having his 4th win so far, 100%, 100%, you know, 100% win rate on the Zoe is gonna land him that MVP spot. 8-1 and 7 as well. Only died once, and it was actually because of Acker, if I'm not mistaken. And it was because of the nice flank coming in from Trevor and Horizon, but that thing never happened anymore. Why? Because the protection of Nomel, the protection of Do as well, and his positioning was not anymore too aggressive anymore. They adapted mid-game, and that is something really potent here and scary on the side of KT. And right now, there's gonna be sitting so good into our bracket as well, because now, I mean, the only game they lost was actually just against J-Team. They now have really good wins against APAC teams, and they even had a win against a WRL team, a CN Confidence team, and now they're just on their way to dominating everything. Whoa, okay. I'm really happy that Rattel got the MVP, because he was just so good into the game. Also 5-0 and 4 performance. The damage is relatively high. It was everywhere, all at once, just being solid in the Baron lane. And when he got the groove, he just helps his teammates so much kite away and then move towards their enemies, chasing them down. Such good confidence by Rattel, and we just see the growth of this player as well, coming from, you know, their first game in JT. We saw him just doing really badly with the Wukong and the Fiora, but now as we see him just improve. We saw him with this really good performance with the Jax, with the Yone, and right now we saw his performance with the Gwen.
Absolutely, and again, that is, you know, Rattel absolutely controlling his opponent, and we will have an interview here with the winning team. I wonder if it's going to be Rattel or Luna that they choose to interview here for the side of KT. But yeah, absolute control against his lane opponent, and that is kind of why I voted for him in the first place in the first couple of weeks for the MVP of his role. And absolutely just justifying that choice. I mean, perfect game. That Gwen as well was just so terrifying. Melted the health bars of Fennel really efficiently. So, you know, big props to him. I mean, with Luna and Rattel there, it seems like KT is kind of unstoppable here, at least against the APAC teams.
They're really having a good redemption story arc here, coming from their first match. 3 consecutive series wins, 2 of which are 2-0. That is a big help for them in securing points, because yet again you do get more points for your bracketing when you get 2 zeros instead of close series wins. And right now, I think they're gonna be sitting still at the very top. They should have 5 points right now, and if we compare it to EDG, I mean, they're just one game in terms of difference in the points, and that is just gonna help them so much qualify towards the playoffs. Though we will still see a lot of games from the APAC teams and the WRL teams, but so far KT is just outstanding all of the APAC teams right now. We kind of expected that to happen, but not in this way. Not after, you know, their big turnaround against J Team. Not after, you know, the Fennel just building this kind of draft, especially in the second game, because we were expecting so many plays and also aggressive play styles coming in from Fennel, but we did not see it actually. You know, we were confused. Like 4 minutes into the game, no ganks happening, no stand united, no forced team fights. In the dragon fight, we saw KT actually being the ones to set up into the dragon. So that itself shows so much difference on the side of KT compared to Fennel, and it would take a lot for Fennel to, you know, catch up. Right now, they're sitting at 0-2 in their overall score line, and both of which are 0-2, so that is a little bit of a damage towards their scoring in terms of trying to qualify for our top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, the question on our minds then is, can Fennel, you know, turn this around? Can they make waves once again and get back to fighting form? Because after 2 straight losses, you know, they are sitting on the bottom of the standing. So that's gotta be
欢迎大家来到赛后采访时期，让我们恭喜首尔 KT.RY 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是单人路选手 Rito， 先请他和大家打个招呼吧。Hi Rito, thank you for joining me and congrats on taking them down. Would you mind a greetings to our audience up here?
안녕하세요. 뵙겠습니까? 축하드리고 기분이 어떠세요?
이겨서 기분이 좋습니다.
I feel happy. Yeah, I feel happy that I won.
OK， 那 Rito 说非常开心可以来到我们的采访席。首先第一个问题想要问到他的是，因为在每一局从开赛到现在的每一局 solo KT.RY 都是选择 Rito 选手去作为这个 solo 赛的选手，想要问一下为什么每一次都是他来作为这个出战去打这个 solo 呢？ So come to the first one, why every time before the game we can see you just show up on the solo, so why do they just pick you out for that part?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, every time before we came into the game, we got a solo for the pick selection rate. So every time we can see Rito just on that part. So why the other teammates just pick you out for that part, for the solo?
그 솔로 게임이 항상 라텔 선택한 이유가 무엇인가요?
네. 1대1에서 제가 제일 잘하기 때문에 나가는 것 같습니다.
He said that with the solo game, he is the best player for the solo, so all the player pick him out for solo play.
OK， 那我们的 Rito 选手说到呢，因为其实他呢觉得可能是队内最擅长于 solo 的选手，然后所有的队员就把他推选出来，成为了这个solo 去单挑对面的这么一位选手。那下一个问题想要问到的是，在上周呢，他被评为我们 APAC 赛区最佳阵容当中的最佳单人路选手。想问一下，他觉得是哪一场比赛决定了他可以获得这样的一个荣誉呢？So for the last week, you were granted as the best solo laner for the best team for APAC in the last week. So which matchup you think that's determined you to get this praise?
Can you repeat the last question?
So which matchup you think that determined this is a key element for you to get this praise?
지금까지 KT.RY가 제일 잘하고 제일 잘하는 팀에서 제일 잘하는 플레이어가 이라서 다음에는 어떤 챔피언 할 자신이 제일 있으신가요?
제일 잘하는 챔피언이 뭔지 물어보시면
네, 이거
Like you got two matchup versus the CES and INV rate. So which matchup you think that gonna be better for you?
Can you repeat the
Sure, you got the two action before in last week, right? Like for the CES and for the INV. So which matchup you think you did better? Maybe.
I don't really understand the question, so
It's okay. We come to the last one maybe. 那接下来呢，我们可能因为这个问题呢，对于 Rito 选手来讲的话，会比较难回答。他可能觉得这两场他都不是印象那么的深了。那最后呢，我们要问到的就是最后一个问题。那么在今天呢，在第二场的时候，他们有没有想到对面会选择像圣这样一个英雄去打野？因为其实不是很常见的一个选择。然后想问一下，他们当时是怎么样去计划应对这样一个选择的 ？So for the game 2, did you expect that the pick of Shen as a jungler for the opponent? So what did you plan to play around this?
can you repeat it again?
Did you expect the pick the choose of Shen as the jungler in game 2 for your opponent? So how did you guys plan to play around this pick?
오케이. 두 번째 게임에서 상대방이 쉔으로 예상한 것 같은데 어떻게 어떻게 해결했나요?
CN 뽑은 거 말하는 거죠?
네네네.
제니라는 챔피언은 사이드 단계에서 하고 운영 단계에서 좋은 챔피언인데 거기에서만 무사히 넘기면은 전혀 지장 없는 챔피언이라 생각해서 쟤는 그렇게 신경 안 쓴 것 같습니다. 신경 안 쓴 것 같습니다.
He said that Shane is a good champion, but with all the teammates, he has confidence, so he do not care much about Shane.
OK， 那其实他觉得可能说圣呢确实是一个比较难应对的英雄，但是呢，他们全队都非常有信心，非常相信露娜选手的这个左一是可以去应对对面这个圣的，所以他们当时也是很有信心去应对这样的一个选择的。OK，thank you for taking your time, thank you for the translating. That's all for the interval. 那我们的赛后采访呢就告一段落了，让我们把画面交到互动环节。
I love that. They expected the Shen a little bit. They actually expected the Shen a little bit, but they have full confidence with their jungler. And that shows, well, just overall confidence. Do was really massive in that game as well. And it will take a little bit more of a comeback for Fennel, and we are going to be looking forward for that for sure, because I mean they have such a huge fan base, and we're looking forward to seeing them shine once again.
Absolutely. And with all that being said, that is the end of match number 1. Match number 2 will be Woohoo Gaming versus Edward Gaming. So the strongest team in China at the moment versus one of the stronger teams that we have seen so far historically. Will they be able to deal a blow to the Goliath? But join us after this break as we cast that next match. But for now, we'll be going on a short break. We'll see you after for Woohoo Gaming versus EDG.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Giyang, and we just saw KT.RY cement their place as the best team in the APAC region. Now we got our match number 2 between Woohoo Gaming and Edward Gaming.
Oh yeah, KT's performance was really impactful, really massive, and there's nothing that Fennel can actually do in that series. They tried multiple times, or twice actually, in that game, different strategies here and there. You know, we saw the disengage composition, then we saw the really good ambulance composition with the Shen and Galio, but both of which wasn't really enough to shake KT, and they remain really just on the top of our bracket in the APAC region. Now, moving over to our next match, Woohoo Gaming and EDG. This should be quite interesting as well, because both actually had such really good performance in their past games, and they're actually sitting really well too in our brackets. You know, on the left side, Keep Best Gaming only, or WHG just had their loss against J Team. But on the other games, they had really good time. They had a really good performance against Team Flash and even against Thunder Talk. So going up against now to EDG, which so far has been the most dominating game, the most dominating team in all of their games. All 2-0s, all, you know, just one-sided beatdowns. It's going to be a tough mountain to climb. But they do have their history together already, coming from WRL 2022 Season 2, coming to the Huya the Legend Cup as well. So they already have so much information onto each other. It will be at the execution now. The difference in execution, the difference in manipulating the map and onto each other, and just try to surprise each other as well, that will give them the slight edge, because EDG right now is just looking so stable as of the moment. It's hard to crack them open. It's hard to find a weak spot onto them right now, given their dominating performance.
True. And I mean, EDG, where do you really, target them? Because none of their laners are actually, very weak or targetable. They are top of the line at the moment, and there's really not many avenues where you can try to exploit a weakness here on the side of EDG, because they just look so solid. They just look so incredibly so incredibly unbeatable. They're just a little bit too good at the moment, I gotta say. And just to remind you guys as well, EDG, they're not just the best Wild Rift team now at the moment. This organization also has a regular League of Legends PC world champion in their own in their own team back in 2021, I believe it was, where they won Worlds. So a very storied team, a very good performance coming into Wild Rift. So they are raring to kind of have the same impact in this mobile esport that they did in the in the PC esport. So a lot is riding on their shoulders, but I do think that EDG, they have the potential to be the best Wild Rift team in the world, especially right now with how they've been performing.
They are contesting, or they are proving themselves to be, the one to sit at the very top as of the moment. And if we look at the stats actually earlier, we do see them kind of being close. First RH, first tower, first dragon. Their win rate on blue side and the red side is quite similar as well. I mean, balanced on the side of WHG, but on EDG, well, it's so far 100% win rate on both sides. Most of which was actually them winning on red side, a little bit on blue side as well, since they did have a 2-0 victory against FPX, and both of which they are on blue side. And here in our head-to-head matchup, Lemon and Xiaojiang, interestingly enough, we do see more of the KDA onto Xiaojiang, and it's mostly because of the wins that they are getting in their games, and it does have a bit of an influence in your overall KDA scoreline. But in terms of kill participation, the damage charts, and also the DMGT, it's actually quite close, and that shows so much prowess on the side of Lemon and also the other members here of WHG. It implies that they are really proactive and really efficient even in the games that they are losing. And I think that is going to be a key factor, or a key important thing to have going up against EDG.
Yeah, and I mean, WHG, they do need to step up that proactivity if they want to deal a blow to this absolute giant that is EDG. I mean, woohoo, they did, what was it? They did lose in a pretty close 2-0 against, 2-1 against J Team, but other than that, they did, win against Thunder Talk. They won against Team Flash as well. So they did get some really good games in. J Team just as well show their dominance because they are number 2 in the standings right now. They haven't lost a match themselves, but they did lose a game. So they're just slightly under EDG in terms of power level. So yeah, oh, they got a hammer there.
The hammer.
Yeah, I love it.
Gotta love that hammer coming in from
more hammer.
Yeah, part of the hammer. And you can see that they're friends. That's the best thing here. Like, just the mood is so light for them. It's pretty much just another day at the office, or like a chill time for them. What are you gonna do? Oh, another handshake here, which Closer always initiates.
In a duel in WHG,
yeah, there's sportsmanship being shown here by both teams, and you can see they handshakes all around. No bad blood really here. Everybody just wants to play and perform their best, not really have a lot of ego coming into it. But those shades, the fan and those shades, looking really swag. Both of these guys. Hoodie as well will be our contestant in the fight for side, along with August here. So very excited to get into this game, get into this match, and see what these guys have in store for us.
WHG gonna be sending out August, and we will see EDG putting out Hudia, which as a player, honestly, in the support role, is just so massive in terms of his performance. I think he is contesting to be one of the best supports in the whole of WRL, if not the whole Southeast Asia, as it's just so massively impacting the game. His performance with the Galio, with the Gragas, it's just so impactful. I mean, it really points to scare the other teams whenever he is around. He makes those really nice outplays, and maybe in this game you might even see a bit of respect towards his champion, because he has been very consistent in his performance in the two champions that he has used. Actually, those are the only two champions he has used so far: Gragas and the Galio. So not much information actually. Or he hasn't really shown his cards just yet. And I think that is also a scary factor for him.
Yeah, and that is a very, very scary factor, as you said. But I do think that, if August plays his cards right, he may have a chance here against Hootie. But of course, even though Hootie is a support, he still has the mechanical prowess that he needs to possess in order to really get into EDG, because EDG such a storied team, such a high barrier to entry here, and everybody has to be super on point.
In terms of fight for side, WHG has won.
Love that corgi, but
I believe WHG has won twice already, if I'm not mistaken. They won against Thundertalk, and they won against JT, and they won against Team Flash. And for EDG, I mean, I think it's the first time that we'll be seeing Hudia playing in the fight for side as well. So this should be, a fun time for both of these players. I wonder what they are going to be choosing here, because Hudia, as a support player, still has a relatively good experience on, of course, the other roles out there. And in a 1v1 sense, these players, these teams have for sure played against each other, as well, as they are like friends and all. We do see a lot of respect onto the Pantheon, though.
Oh yeah, we've seen the Pantheon absolutely Shrek in the 1v1s, but Gragas, we've also seen Gragas do really well in the fight for side. But Akali for August, Hudia, definitely if he picks up Gragas, he's very, very proficient at it as a support. But in a 1v1 sense, he does have quite a few advantages. We've seen this exact matchup, actually, I believe, Gragas versus Akali. I just don't remember which match we saw it in, but we have seen this exact matchup. It was...
I'm trying to recall which one was it. Actually, it was a match of JT versus Cerberus Esports. Taku played the Akali and DY used the Gragas. And, well, it was Taku with the Akali that won it because of a bit of a slight mistake there by DY on the cast, fighting for that sudden death. But let's see, because it's Hudia right now that is going to be using this champion, and we all know his prowess on this Gragas. And in a 1v1 sense, it's going to be really interesting for sure, especially with the amount of plays that he can actually do. You can go for tank Gragas again, or maybe an AP build, and since Gragas deals a bit of damage with the AP as well.
Yeah, that could... I think that AP build would be pretty useful here, because that is like some really, really good scaling for the side of Hudia. So his sustain and healing as well in the lane, I think, would be very, very useful against the Akali. So I honestly don't know who's going to be coming out on top. It's definitely going to be a very big skill matchup, but in terms of champions, the Akali should be winning out just very slightly. But if the Gragas can get an advantage by landing a key explosive cask, maybe knocking the Akali back into tower, then that could turn the tide of things.
Do you want to analyze the matchup here? Do you want to try to analyze the matchup here? For me, because I just want to have fun here in this game.
Sure.
Well, WHG did have a win with the Akali when Closer was the one using it, and it was the match against Team Flash Daddy on the Yone. But in terms of, you know, the Akali Gragas matchup, so far it's leaning towards the Akali as of the moment after the 5-4-side matchup we discussed earlier.
Yeah, so, yep, Moody already is starting off strong. A body slam, taking down about 10% of August's HP. He doesn't really want to go for anything too risky, too aggressive yet, but he does have that leeway. Oh my god, the body slam once again. Yeah, he's just going to start attacking August. He doesn't want to give August that passive auto attack, but at the same time, you know, doing really, really well. Just being a wide boy and harassing August, but he needs to be careful not to take too much damage from the minions. But you can see the respect that August is paying. The Ignite already used there just to negate some healing, but that's not going to be a unengaged just yet. Of course, Ignite comes back pretty quickly, so they'll be able to like have that probably when the next big fight happens.
I wonder if we're gonna be seeing a Divine Thunder Akali again, because you know it was used in the last time we saw a Gragas Akali matchup. Riftmaker, Divine Thunderer, and I believe there was I forgot what the next item was, but so far, ooh, wow, August dealing quite a lot to Hudia here.
Yeah, he didn't expect to get hit by that shuriken, I don't think, but just because he's Gragas, he can't afford to stay back in. Passive healing him back up, takes a drink from his big barrel of goodies that apparently never runs out, no matter how many times he drinks from it. So that healing font will be, you know, one of the ways that August gets back into this fight and contests Hudia's healing himself. Because Hudia so far very much so controlling the lane and slowly pushing towards that tower. Once he does get to that tower, though, I believe it's going to be a back angle to get more items and prepare for this level 5.
Hudia gonna be having. I wonder what he's gonna be building, because we asked this question earlier already, and well, the last time we saw a Gragas, it was actually a tank that was tank items being built up to kind of resist the AP damage that the Akali deals. So far, August hasn't really gone back to the base, but this time maybe he might need to, because now, okay, it might be the Spirit Visage picked up here by Hudia, which will increase his healing and just be obnoxious here in the laning phase. Though even if you build a lot of tank items, you know, if the Akali does pick up the Riftmaker and also the Divine Thunder, then in terms of chipping down the health of a tank, it's gonna be pretty much possible. And short-term trades usually do go towards the Akali simply because of how, you know, mobile this champion can be, going in and out as much as possible.
Yeah, and yeah, Riftmaker being picked up, Spirit Visage there as well. Hudia now wants to make some damage in onto August, but yeah, you can see how much that Akali's already doing. That hurts quite a lot, and that wasn't even the full combo at all. She didn't even go for the shuriken kick to the face that usually happens. Hudia now pushed into tower, but it's fine. He has Spirit Visage. He can heal back up, but he has to be incredibly careful, yeah, because August is going to start to hurt. He's going to go for a healing font now. Man, Hudia, he missed the second part of the healing font. Interesting choice, but it really shouldn't matter all too much. He should be able to heal back up anyway. He's got the explosive cask ready now. So if August tries to advance and he actually gets a body slam first, there's the hit as well. You can see how much damage he's also dealing back to August, but unfortunately August, just because of his item, is going to be coming out on top of these trades unless there is a pretty big advantage from Hudia, just like there where he was able to get his full combo off. Ignite once again got to be put onto Hudia, just preemptively taking his healing off a little bit.
I have a question for you, G10. Do you think Hudia at this point in the game should purchase an Abyssal Mask? And be careful, because that is a trick question.
No.
No? Let me sell the item to you.
Okay,
You're getting poked by the Akali 24/7. And the Abyssal Mask not only provides you magic resistance, health, and also, you know, mana, but it also gives you, you know, mana back to yourself. You get mana from the damage you're also taken, or you're also taking. So you kind of will have enough mana to actually sustain yourself that will be buffed up because of this Visage. I think it can be a helpful item for him.
I really
Maybe?
don't think it should be the thing that he picks up, but he does have a Force of Nature now. So yeah,
that is more MR.
Not the Abyssal Mask, but the Force of Nature. So he's going to be just tanking all of this damage, and you can see he is dealing quite a bit of damage back to August, pretty much even on these trades. But he goes for the flash into the explosive cask. Right, August read that right though. Very good trade. So you can see Hudia starting to become a big nuisance here. Like, emphasis on big, because he is not taking a lot of damage, you know, to full Akali combos.
And the big difference as well, and you're right. Yeah, the Force of Nature definitely helping us so much, especially because of the passive. If you guys aren't familiar with the passive of the Force of Nature, when you get 6 stacks, or what? Well, you get stacked every time you get hit by a magic damage, and when you get 6 stacks, not only do you get movement speed, but you also get 25% damage reduction towards all magic damage instances. And look at how he is actually resisting the damage here of August. So big in terms of damage reduction. Is not even feeling that much, despite all the pokes consistently being landed there by August. And you can just heal up with just 1 drink from his barrel. That's like 2 bars already filled up.
Yeah, but you know, as long as August is consistently getting those pokes in, it's going to be difficult for Hudia to, you know, keep contesting this lane, keep killing these minions and being really a big threat in the middle, because August now has the advantage in terms of health. And yeah, that's a pretty decent body slam right there. August going to start to engage here, but you can see Hudia is the one who is dealing more % damage to health than August, and that is going to be very frustrating if you're the Akali, because you're used to, you know, one comboing and then going for the ultimate, getting that execute threshold. But so far, these guys level 9. Hudia may... okay, August decided not to go for it, but he could have been in a little bit of trouble there. Decides to go for the Zhonya's enchant. Yep.
Going to possibly Void Staff as well. I love the itemization here coming in from August. So far trying to, you know, mitigate the amount of resistance that Hudia actually has. But Zhonya is actually picked up here by Hudia. So it doesn't have the display ready in this game. Let's see if he's going to be able to, you know, make an outplay onto August later on.
Yeah, because I believe that we are going to be going into sudden death. You can see that this is the last buy that these guys are going to have. The circle has started closing, and they are playing so cautiously. Neither one really ready to commit at the moment, but there is a body slam coming in. Hudia gets another tick off with his Q. But you look at August taking a lot of damage, down to half health. Hudia as well. So misses that shuriken. That does mean that Hudia can come in and go for the body slam into another Q. But August looking pretty low. He's going for the ultimate. He's going for the big play. He's trying to bait out the explosive cast, but Hudia, very disciplined, holds onto it, looking for another opportunity to get a body slam right into it. But he does get that body slam. Remember, August does not have his ultimate anymore, at least for the next few seconds, at least for the next fight that Hudia tries to engage on. So he has to really rely on this poke and rely on maybe trying to get a healing font here before the circle closes in.
It does.
And yeah, Hudia now, he is kind of chilling here, trying to get this last minion, but August looking pretty healthy. Has to dodge out on that barrel. He will, as the circle starts closing in. It's getting a lot more tense. August going for a lot more now. Hudia trying to keep himself alive, to keep himself busy as the circle closes in. Very low now. There's the explosive cast, but Hudia is just a sliver of health. August not going to let him out scot-free. That is the win for Woohoo Gaming, and that was just, you know, Hudia tried to go for the sustain play, but you can't sustain when you're being pressured, you know, one time after the other, and the circle is coming down upon you.
well, WHG won that fight for side, and so far we are seeing a 100% win rate on the Akali against a Gragas matchup. So really good work being made here by August. And so far, we do see more of WHG winning in the fight for side rather than their opponent. So that shows, how good they are in the fight for side, which can be necessary as well. Here's the thing, right now we're kind of, just not minding the fight for side's impact as of the moment, but it actually does have a big impact in our more critical series later on, because if you start to sense a pattern on your enemy team, for example, if WHG finds that their opponent is kind of weak on red side, then they can just choose to be on blue side, maximizing their overall win rate, even if it's just a 5% influence in your win probability. That I think should be a big factor in the grand scheme of things that WH will be considering. And now as they are on blues, they are gonna be having the fight for side. I wonder which side they actually are gonna be heading towards this game, because if we recall their match history, we actually saw more of their games being won when they are on red side. A little bit on blue side, actually, but more of which is actually when they are on red side. So maybe that's something that they can actually consider heading down towards this game against EDG, because for EDG, it's actually an equal balance. Absolutely balanced blue side and red side, 100% win rate. And that is hard to crack.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. That is EDG, and just like Thanos, they have been able to snap teams out of existence in the matches that they've been in. I mean, 2-0s all across the board here, and they want one more against Woohoo Gaming. So Woohoo has a very long road ahead of them if they want to, come out on top versus EDG, because man, EDG have taken out some big players here. I mean, they've gone up against FBX, OMG, JDG, and they've just been dominating every single match. I mean, there have been times where, the games ran longer probably than they intended, but just the insane attention to detail that EDG has, when it comes to actually executing their composition and adjusting mid-game to the opponent's composition themselves, is second to nobody in the Wild Rift League Asia so far. So they definitely justify them being one of the favorites to make it to the playoffs and eventually even win the entire league. But let's take a look now here at the picks and bans. Karma coming up first on the ban list for EDG.
EDG now being on the blue side, because Woo Gaming actually picks red side here as their preference, and we kind of anticipated this to happen as well, given their higher win rate in this side. But EDG being on the blue side can threaten a pick maybe on the Zoe or on the Aatrox. Because now, well, the Camille and the Zoe will be banned away, but so far there is going to be that one champion that is going to be let through in this banning phase. And so far EDG is actually more of denying those sustain champions or utility champions like the Karma, like the Shen. The Jace is gonna be removed here on EDG's side, so maybe they are gonna be opting to go with a standard lineup, maybe a Senna Gragas combination for the Dragon lane. And well, they did have history with it already, especially in their most recent series against JDG and Alone, and Hudia was really massive in that particular game as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know what I'm saying? But the Aatrox will come out. Yes, it has been unbanned. It is gonna be in the hands of either Xang or Xiaojang or Xingdao. Yeah, very good champions, keeping his 100% pick ban rate. Interestingly, it's a 30% win rate for Aatrox, even though he's such a banger champion to have on your side. I think it's because a lot of teams already know how to play against Aatrox, but they don't know how to play against the clean Aatrox that makes very little mistakes, and that is what EDG are going to offer right here. So Woohoo Gaming, that Gragas actually has been a pretty good pick against the Aatrox, just to Kaisa in the Dragon lane, maybe the mid lane. That is a very interesting proposition. Very mechanically dependent. So if they do lock this in, it's going to be a huge call out to EDG.
We saw the Kaisa before, I believe, in the Huya the Legend Cup and also in the WRL. But so far here in this tournament, WRLA 2023 season number 1, we haven't seen that just yet. And I think it's not yet time to actually, flex these kinds of champions or surprise us with these kinds of champions. It's much better to go with stable picks like the Senna right now being picked up. It's a pretty good combo and a pretty OG combination as well with the Gragas that WHG can fully utilize. But now as, well, the Yone is open, Ziggs has been picked up. I think they just have to lock in on this Yone. The Fiora has been really impactful in some of the fights that we have seen, and Xiaojiang is no stranger to utilizing this champion as well. And it will be picked up, maybe for him, maybe for you, but this champion does allow EDG, or should allow EDGs to have some kind of side lane control. Plus, if you do proc that Grand Challenge up, that is a big healing that the Fiora can actually provide for a team fight. That will serve them so well in sustained team fights, because WHG, since they have a Senna and a Gragas, that is like a really good sustain on them already and good scaling. But if you have the Grand Challenge procced up, then you can just equalize that in your side.
True. So that does mean that Xiaojiang has to be very, very attentive to proccing those vitals. He has to be really focused on that, and that's going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially in big team fights, but that can be remedied by just, straight up bursting the champion that you grand challenged on. But in this next phase of the banning, Woohoo Gaming will be taking away the Nautilus option as well as the Z option here for EU. The Wukong and Riven will be taken out as well by EDG. So the Renekton will be facing off against Fiora, which I think is a pretty decent matchup for Lemon, at least in the early phases of the game. So Xiaojiang needs to be really on point with poking him out and getting those actual vitals and that healing if he wants to stand a chance against the Renekton. But okay, Garen getting picked up here for you in the mid lane. Is, come on, do it. Leona versus Gragas. Wow. I don't know how I feel about this Leona, if I'm being honest, but the Gwen will round out Woohoo Gaming's composition.
I love the response. The Gwen.
Is this the first Leona that we actually have seen?
First Leona so far in this WRLA 2023 season number 1. Though this champion has been used in, again, Huya the Legend Cup 2023 and also 2022 and the WRL 2022 season 2 as well. But I mean, it's Huya, man. So far he has shown only 2 cards, Gragas and Galio. Now he's shown his third one, the Leona. And it is going to be surprising a bit, but we can't expect him to just be a monster in this game as well. With the full engaged lineup that they have drafted, Aatrox, Garen, well, the Ziggs is going to be on the back line, but the only thing he has to do in the team fight entirely is just use the Mega Inferno Bomb and maybe try to survive, throw in some bombs along the way. But everyone on the side of EDG is going to be going in. Leona is actually one of the strongest or effective engaged champions that you can actually use in the game, aside from the Gragas, aside from the Galio, and aside from the Nautilus, because you have the long-range solar flare that you can just use to initiate a team fight into your favor. You can use it as a disengage tool as well, because again, it is a ranged ability. You don't really need to go in and risk yourself just to set up for a fight, and I think that is going to be necessary here for EDG going towards this game.
Absolutely. EDG, they don't really take so many risks usually, but risking this Leona being picked up instead of the Galio, I can't wait to see how this shakes out for them. And it does look like Xiaojiang, he's going to be starting off in the mid lane possibly here. That's kind of interesting. Alone and Huya going to be in this Baron lane along with Lemon, maybe looking to get an early start against this Renekton, and they do. They take it down to kind of half health. EDG looking for an a little bit of an unorthodox start to keep Woohoo Gaming on their toes, perhaps. And yeah, you can see Lemon struggling to clear the wave, and they are going to dive just what? They just dived level 1. The level 2 power spec actually from EDG made that so much easier. They just were like, okay, I see a Renekton, a 1v2. I'll just take that for free, and that's first blood somehow for EDG. What?
That shocked us. And
same.
Take note, well, it's not the fastest first blood we have seen so far. It is actually, I believe it was yesterday's game. OMG, SMK landed that first blood onto Aaron on his Yone. Or, 30 seconds, I believe, was the time to beat.
Yeah.
But still, 40 seconds, that is massive here for EDG.
Yeah, and look at the map now. EDG, they sent their Dragon Laners and support back to the Dragon Lane where they met the Renekton. They are just reading ahead here in terms of the response, to WHG, and they're like, okay, we are going to just make you guess what we're gonna do next. We're not gonna be predictable at all. And now Alone is alone in the bot lane for a bit, but Lemon did take a lot of damage there, and being Renekton, who is kind of behind, is not that great. However, in the mid lane, the Fiora Zhaozhang is going to be in a bit of trouble, getting bullied by Spark and Closer, but that is kind of what they do. Mikey alone in the top lane with you, and you just going to sustain back up, going to do Garen things, not really going to result too much, but that Ziggs getting that first kill there, pretty huge here. And now EDG, they are just kind of swapping their lanes around willy-nilly whenever they can, trying to keep Woohoo Gaming on their toes.
I mean, Leona, that is one of the things that Leona just does on Wild Rift. Even level 2, this champion has been popular or really known to just dive at level 2. But in that level 1 play, EDG just stepped it up a notch. That engage coming in from Huria and also the pokes coming in from Alone. Tower dive was really easily executed there by both these two talented players as well. And it was unexpected by Lemon. He thought it was going to be safe because he was, under the tower at level 1. That should be the case. But now, EDG, they're this strong as of the moment. Gold lead building up, though it's just 1,000.
Yep. Ooh, August, he's got the Fate Seal available, level 6, but Alone, he is very formidable at the moment. You saw that damage he could do, even just as a 60. Unfortunately did miss that cannon, but Shangdo, he's going to be in here. The exhaust has been dropped, but the solar flare will not land. It's okay because he gets CE anyway, and Closer in a lot of trouble as the Mega Inferno Bomb drops, and another bomb will secure Alone that kill, and it does look like they're funneling a lot of their attention onto this Ziggs, giving him the tools that he needs to succeed, and he's gotten the Ludens already.
Yeah, that is a tough time here for WHG. And so far, EDG being just a standard EDG. Relatively safe aggressiveness in the early game, helping their ADC or APC rather Alone just get the gold. Now he has Ludens and going towards the second item already. Such a big early game advantage for the Ziggs, and Ziggs is one of those champions that only needs a Ludens to already do massive stuff in a team fight, because you can just basically throw your Mega Inferno bomb and pretty much be done with your fight, with your all intention. And WHG, as now it's the 5-minute mark, objectives are going to be spawning up. What can WHG do? I think they might need to force a fight, maybe try to take Alone down before they actually go into the dragon. Because right now, despite the all-in composition here of EDG, what they don't have right now is actually disengage. I mean, we talked about the solar flare a while ago, but if Okay.
Ooh, Close are actually taking quite a lot of damage to Xiao Zhang, but he's able to get away scot-free, away from that Fate Seal. But Hudia coming in and going for the engage. He misses the Solar Flare though. Shengdao and Alone are there to help him out, and Xiao Zhang has come back into the fight. Goes on to Mikey, but that is the Justice coming in, just barely missing the kill onto Lemon, but it's fine because Ignite will take him. Mega Inferno Bomb, swing and miss, because they didn't really trust that the Ignite would take him down, but still that is a kill onto them. Hudia has been ignited. It'll be getting out of there, but Shengdao in the middle of all that got the Rift Herald. It's going to be charging down, getting him some Rift Herald, some tower plates coming in, and that is still the Dragon open and available. Alone will be able to just sit down in here in the mid lane, clear that wave pretty freely. And EDG, they've gotten 3 kills for themselves, a lot of tower plates, but they may have to give this Dragon over to Woohoo Gaming.
I mean, will they though? Because right now they are pathing their way towards this Dragon as well. And while their ultis are relatively short in terms of cooldown, it so far has been long since they last fight. Though they did struggle a little bit on the top side fight, but Lemon has just been, having a bad time overall. This Renekton absolutely has no pressure in the game, dying twice already from Alone and from you as well. So now, well, it's WHG that has to back away from this objective, because they recognize that EDG can just go in all in onto them. And if Hudia has the Leona, with just one Solar Flare can do the work here for them. Because if you land that Solar Flare, you can just funnel it with a Mega Inferno Bomb and you're just done. You're just already able to dish out a lot of damage, and you can just go in. Shengdao hasn't been really, being involved that much into the fight, but we know that when he actually pops off, he will pop off.
Yeah, and man, now EDG has set up towards this mid lane. Oh, that's a pretty good catch by Hudia, but Mikey's able to get away scot-free so far. But you can see how much pressure EDG are laying down on the line, even though Woohoo Gaming are trying their best to kind of respond to that with their own sort of engages. But nobody really wants to commit onto the Dragon fight just yet. Woohoo Gaming trying to set up some vision, trying to set up maybe a start to the take here. But the pressure from EDG is just a little bit too much for him to fully commit at the time. So it's just going to be a little bit of a dance here, because they know, Woohoo Gaming know that if they take that Dragon, if they commit resources to go onto there, then their mid lane tower is just going to fall down. I mean, Alone, all he has to do is like throw one bomb at it, and then Satchel Charge. That's it, and it's gone. And then that can be the avenue for EDG to just start barreling down the mid lane. But that is a catch onto Mikey. Once again, nobody to follow up as of yet. So Hudia just going to do a little bit of damage. And yeah, looks like EDG are now the ones setting up towards the Dragon. August trying to go for a little bit of a spicy engage here, but so far it's just a little bit of a dance. EDG though, they are fully on that Dragon now, fully committed, and Lemon has Dominus in. No steal coming in. It is Aatrox who gets it, but that Solar Flare. Xingdao has to get away from there. Flash. He will live barely, and he won't be ignited, so he's going to be fine completely. Xiao Zhang is there as well, just in the back of the pit, dancing around, gonna lunge away. But that is a pretty free Dragon for EDG. They didn't have to sacrifice anybody. They didn't even have to sacrifice the Aatrox, who was barely 1 health, but they may need to sacrifice this tower at the very least. And that will be first tower falling in favor of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, and let's try to break down what EDG actually did in that scenario. It was a long span of time. But basically what EDG did is to try to check 2 objectives there. Mid lane versus Dragon. They actually got both at the very end, and even a bonus with the tower here into the top lane. And WHG, they tried to defend both as well, mid lane, and tried to stall into the Dragon. But because of the pressure of the Ziggs, because of the pressure of the positioning of Hudia as well, just constantly, throwing that Zenith Blades right at them and threatening for a Solar Flare, they're forced to just give it away. And that is just so troubling here for WHG. Now it's another Herald that EDG is getting. Well, Xiao Zhang is in the bottom lane. They might actually attempt to gank him, but will it actually be worth it? No. And even if they do try right now, it is already too late, because Xiao Zhang is sprinting his way towards top lane. EDG, such clean 10-minute execution here so far. 4,000 gold lead, and all the objectives, basically all towers, RH, and dragons taken. So efficient.
incredibly efficient, and they know that they have the composition to have so much pressure against Woohoo Gaming that Woohoo cannot really commit to an objective safely. Because if they do, there are two options, right? Either EDG comes in and Hudia lands an E into a Q into a solar flare, and then that's just one person locked down for the Big O Inferno Bomb, or EDG can just say, okay, you can have the Dragon / RH, and we'll just barrel down lane because we have a Ziggs who's really fed, and then he just melts towers like butter on a hot summer day. So there is really no way for Woohoo Gaming to safely commit onto an objective without first winning a team fight or getting a pretty big pick. So with all that being said, EDG have put themselves in the prime position to start taking this game by storm.
And they're starting to. I mean, they're building momentum slowly but surely. A while ago, we see them kind of, settling down or looking for picks from the bottom side river. Now they're extending. Now they're at the blue side jungle here of Woohoo Gaming. Spawning the Rift Herald, dealing more than, 60% damage into the tower as well. Now mid lane, Hudia diving. But oh my god, the damage there of Alone into the tower. Just one basic auto attack with a passive. Closer might be in trouble.
A little bit of trouble here for Closer, but it's fine. He's behind the tower, and the rest of Woohoo Gaming are there to back him up. Nothing doing here for EDG, but you can see how many risks they're willing to take, how they're willing to just go in on things that, okay, Mega Inferno just taking down August very low, and the E finishes him off. What a big opportunity there from just Alone and Hudia in that middle lane. So much damage being laid down here by the Ziggs, and they can transition that into coming into this bot lane along with you and Shengdao, and they should be able to get, a pretty free tower. Yes, it's so free. Just lays down the satchel, and the amount of lane control that is being shown here by Alone. This is so good for EDG, but Woohoo Gaming, they are being choked out slowly but surely, and they don't really have any good avenues to get back into the game yet.
No avenues at all. I mean, the only thing they can do right now is to try and stall the game. Try to scale up, help Closer get his items completed, help Spark, just stack up in terms of the center range and the damage, because if you force a team fight, it's not gonna end well for WHG.
Yeah.
EDG has just been so clean all throughout the game and everything that they do. Tower taking wise, setting up for plays, even the way they actually set up for these objectives are massive. Now Death Rush though, it's not so good.
That's a pretty ambitious play coming in there, but on the backside, you do see Alone is getting jumped on by Lemon, and Lemon immediately gets that kill. That means that EDG is on the run now. Hudia and you are pretty low. Shangdao comes in. Can he save this fight along with Xiao Zhang? But they are a little bit divided, but that's fine because Xiao Zhang works well with divided champions, and he does get a couple of kills for himself. There's a grand challenge. That's the healing field for the team, but will it be enough? It's a 3 versus 3, but the health bars are starting to melt. The Justice comes in for the Demacia, but Shangdao, he just needs one more top. No, he won't be able to get it. He just needs one more auto attack here, so he gets Lemon, and Mikey is now on the run. After that messy fight, Shangdao, he comes out on top. Closer is gonna be there. He just now pops the World Ender. There's auto attack, and he heals basically to full health. He's on to Closer now, and Closer, the death is coming closer to you as another auto attack. His third Q misses, but no more World Ender here. Closer may have an opportunity here. He gets knocked up once, twice. The third time should be clutches it out. A 4-4-5 as EDG actually clutches that team fight for themselves.
Was that a 4 versus 1? That Shengdao just
3 versus 1 at the very least.
3 versus 1, okay. But it started out with Alone dying, because he was Alone, since Mikey and Closer was actually warded in that death rush they initiated. Lemon was relatively healthy, but just I don't know even what happened there. The Aatrox was just so massive, and to think that he came into the fight a little bit late because he got caught. He tried to back away, but he came back for the team. He was like, no, I'm not gonna leave you guys alone. I know I can turn the fight around. And he did. Look at the HP of Shengdao. So low, but I mean, it's an Aatrox, man. If he if he gets those abilities hit onto the enemy opponent, enemy members, then he's just gonna get his
Look at this.
HP back to full.
Oh
Look
my
at that world ender, and then suddenly
he healed
Closer was
1,000
like, oh, no.
health.
1,000, a million health, you say. Closer almost got him taken down though, but with him not having that much mana anymore, I think that was really, really unfortunate for him because he couldn't go with a combination anymore with the Q and the third skill, and
yeah,
the dash snip combination wasn't available anymore, and that gave the leverage for Shengda to completely turn the fight around. Now they find themselves in the same position as earlier, 7,000 gold lead by EDG, but a massive gold handed over to Shengda.
Yeah, Shengda, now he can fulfill the late game fantasy of being that unkillable Aatrox, that unkillable Demon King. And yeah, look at that. The gold lead did dip a little bit when they started losing that fight, but because Shengda was able to, prove himself worthy and actually win a 1 versus 3, it just swung back into EDG's favor, back to where they started from. And that just goes to show that even if they're able to get a really good flank, get alone, it's just so difficult for them to it's difficult for them to catch the rest of EDG out.
Well, we cannot discount WHG. They did a really good job there in that team fight as well. It was just so unfortunate because the mana of Closer was absolutely negligible at that point, so we couldn't really get that final kill into Shengda. But maybe they can find a way this time, because if they can mimic that setup again, though Spark is in trouble.
Ooh.
Well, Flash.
Spark almost
Still.
got caught there.
No!
But now the E into the Q into the Solar Flare. Had to pop the stasis, but he won't be lasting very long. Alone once again, stealing that kill away. Just a sniper on this Ziggs. And Woohoo Gaming cannot afford to get caught like that once again. Xiao Zhang had to duel a little bit with Lemon there, but Lemon had to pop the Dominus or else he would have died. So that does mean that EDG pretty much have free reign to take this Baron as they want, because the rest of them, Alone and you, are going to be bringing themselves here. Shengdao and Hudia are the ones on the Baron, but you and Alone are trying to zone out the members of Woohoo Gaming. There's an E into the Q, into the silence from the Garen, and they're half committed onto the Baron. They're not going to fully commit on it. One Mega Inferno Bomb, and Closer gets put down to half health. This is such a deadly Ziggs right now.
Standard Ziggs. Typical Ziggs things. And it's Alone that got 2-0 at the very start of the game, which is why he has so much items right now. Almost 4 items, almost completing that Void Staff for him. After getting the Ludens, the Rabadon's Death Cap, and even an Infinity Orb to just maximizing the amount of ouch that WHG will be saying after getting hit by that Mega Inferno Bomb. 18 minutes and a half, EDG still maintains a significant amount of gold lead and is threatening for more objective takings, because they have now cleared almost all the outer turrets, so that gives them so much room to work around inside the jungle of WHG. They can threaten for Baron, or they can just keep doing this. Look at that damage
Spark
from the Mega Inferno Bomb.
wasn't even in the middle of the Mega Inferno Bomb, and he took half of his health.
Yeah.
They can definitely threaten here. Oh my god, big Solar Flare there. He gets the E into the Q, and Lemon is now on the chopping block. Will the Crocodile die? No, he flashes away. But the rest of them, big play there. The Fate Seal coming in from August will keep them in the fight so far, but nobody from EDG has actually died, but they have gotten a kill onto a member of Woohoo Gaming, so it's going to be a 4v5. The rest of their health bars, though, not looking so good, except for Alone and Hudia, who keep the team going, who keep the team rolling even through that fight. And it's just so sad that Woohoo Gaming cannot actually close out these kills.
I wonder if we are gonna get a replay out of that fight, because no casualties actually was occurred there in that fight. And you mentioned that the Fate Seal was actually impactful. No one got hit, but actually it helped them zone away some of the members of EDG.
Lemon is going to die here.
Just dead. I mean, after being that deep and getting And after him seeing Hudia, we pretty much expect him to die already just because of that overextension. Now it's a 4v5 at an Elder Dragon spawn. This is a nightmare for WHG. Do they fight? Do they check this really blind area in the bottom side river? Or do they give this Elder Dragon away?
I think they have to give it, but they are not going to. They know that if they give this Elder Dragon, they're going to lose. So they're going to come into the fight, and look at that, already taking down the Aatrox spot in the mid lane while this fight is going on, while EDG is distracting them. They look at this, already on to the next. Like KT.RY taught you, Xiao Zhang, he's going to be competing with August, but one more auto attack and another XPK moment here, this time for EDG, taking that first game away from Woohoo Gaming.
Xiao Zhang pushes mid the moment that his teammates initiated that fight. It was like, nope, I'm gonna be ending this game. I don't care about the fight anymore. I just want this to be over with. And he did. In a really fantastic manner. EDG just so clean in this game. It pretty much standard already. We kind of expect this to result in this way after their massive early game performance. You know, just 2 kills onto Alone with the Ziggs. 40-second tower dive. First blood secured there by Alone with the help of Hudia. And it's just so difficult for WHG. At most, the closest fight they had was the one that Xingdao actually won for EDG, a 4 versus 5 fight. Aside from that, nothing much was made there by WHG. No objectives, no dragons, no RH, no Barons, of course, because Baron wasn't really a factor in the entirety of the game, since EDG just merely used it as a bait to draw WHG into committing into a fight for them. And so far, well, this has been like the first Leona game that we have seen so far, but with the performance of Hudia, it's just so massively impacting the game. The Solar Flare, again, was always there, and we saw it in the mid-side fight earlier. 2 people got hit, Lemon and I believe it was Yao as well, and both just fell into a victim. Though you mentioned earlier that the Yone ult from August did massive work, and it kind of did, despite not hitting anyone. Actually, because Alone popped in the stasis. He was actually able to kind of prevent EDG from committing. He made them hesitate into committing into the fight and deciding to, you know, help out Alone. And I think that was still a respectable play coming from August and coming in from the rest of WHG. But still, you know, EDG still very consistent. 21 minutes. Almost 21 minutes, they do secure the kill, and just an overall massive performance by, well, claiming now to be the best team in the WRL region. And I mean, look at that. Every single objective has been taken by EDG. Every single, every single fight basically has been won by them. Even when they were on the losing side of the fight, they still found a way to claw themselves back out, like, you know, with Xingdao on that Aatrox. So a very, very well-coordinated team. They know exactly what their win conditions are. And sometimes, you know, that particular route, though, that's baiting the fight in the Elder Drake, and then you're just barreling down mid lane, taking down the inhib, and then, you know, the rest of the team playing distraction, keeping the enemy team away from the base as somebody backdoors the Nexus. It's something that we've seen, I think, 3 times this week already. So definitely something that teams need to keep in mind, especially when the death timers start getting a little bit higher, when the game starts going a little bit longer. So you have to pay special attention to that, especially against these Chinese conference teams, because they are really, really good at distracting you and threatening that high value objective, while just saying, okay, you make a choice right here, right now. You lose the game in Dragon Pit, or you lose the game in your base.
That's what they're saying.
They did it many times. It's basically EDG playing chess against WHG and dominating them, taking so many pieces away from their board. They checked in the mid-tier 1 tower into a dragon fight. They got both and even got the tower in the top lane. The fight into the Elder, the fight into the Baron. The way they're just catching them off guard, especially with Hudia's Solar Flare landing into multiple members and then being followed up by a Mega Inferno Bomb by Alone. And again, it is kind of expected. Hudia with this massive performance. Leona, first pick. I mean, first time we do see this champion here in this WRLA.
What's funny here?
MVP.
You see? No. You see what's funny there? He actually had 6 less gold than his counterpart at the end. The gold difference at the end, he was -6. So he was behind in terms of gold by 6 gold at the very end. But that was such a good performance, such a standout performance by EDG and by Hudia in particular.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be looking forward to seeing more of what he is going to be bringing into the table here for EDG. But, I mean, it's still, early here into the series. We can still see WHG maybe pushing a first Game 3 here against EDG. But they need to really recollect themselves. Maybe try to surprise EDG this time with a better composition. And not letting the Aatrox be given here to Shingdao. Because if you do, I mean, we saw what happened earlier in one of the fights.
Exactly.
That can just happen again and again.
Yeah. So with that being said, that is game number 1 here for EDG versus Woohoo Gaming. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We will be taking a very short break. But when we come back, we'll see if EDG can keep this 2-0 streak going, or will Woohoo Gaming bring us to game number 3? Stay tuned.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in a BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in a fight for side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Wild Rift League Asia regular season 2023. My name is Yusen coming at you. With me is Gyang, and we just saw EDG end their first game in spectacular fashion here versus Woohoo Gaming with a distraction play at the Elder Drake to take the base, take that Nexus. So our question now is, will EDG be able to secure their 2-0 streak, or will Woohoo Gaming take us to game number 3?
Let's try to summarize game number 1 for just a sec before we head down to game number 2.
Go for it.
Because it will take some time actually, and we are gonna be going to the picks and bans as well. Well, 40-second first blood by Hudia and alone under the tower for Lemon. Then there is the RH taken there by EDG, plus Yu has killed Lemon again, and EDG got the dragon earlier, got all the objectives. Shengdao lives with 1 HP despite the engage of Lemon and Yao. EDG made the chess play in mid and the dragon and got both, and even got the tier 1 tower in the top lane. And in 13 minutes we saw that interesting fight where WHG actually had the closest clash so far. But again, Shengdao, when he is using the Aatrox, he will pull up a really nice outplay, and he did in that 1 versus 3. Then at the very end, it was really bad for Spar to get caught in the topside river, and then Lemon in the bottom lane. That allowed actually Xiaojiang to just push mid as EDG forced that Elder Dragon fight. And now, they're gonna be staying the blue side as well. Again, 100% win rate on blue side, and red side still here for EDG. Almost the same bans so far by EDG as well. I don't think WHG should be giving, the Aatrox here anymore to Shengdao, because if they leave this open again, it's just gonna be deja vu.
Exactly. And so definitely need to focus ban a little bit here on EDG, but Woohoo Gaming, okay, no, they're leaving the Aatrox. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Why would you do such a thing? Because that just makes Shengdao really,
let's try
really...
to break this down again.
Okay.
Because, I mean, this... Okay. Let's try to put some sugar in what's happening right now.
Sure.
Despite the performance of Shengdao on the Aatrox, a massive performance, there's still a weakness for this champion.
Yeah.
One of which is similar to actually an Olaf. Either burst him quickly or isolate him from his teammates with a Gragas, just like this, being picked up by WHG alongside with the Ziggs, and then try to burst him down. Also, some utility items like Executioner Calling or just primarily anti-heal items would work against an Aatrox massively in any sort of fight. So maybe that's gonna be the path here of WHG, but they would need... I was looking forward to seeing more bursts coming in from the side of WHG, but as EDG responds with the Varus and now the Akali, it starts to become really scary again here for WHG, because now, how do you actually go in when there's a Varus that alone is just a monster using this champion? How can you actually go in with the chain of corruption stopping you and zoning you away?
That's a very good question, because looking at the composition of Woohoo Gaming, they do need to get in to be able to get some good engages, and having that Varus there will stop quite a lot of that intention from Woohoo Gaming, as well as Shengdao once again going to be on that Aatrox. I mean, how do you stop him at this point? I mean, okay, August on that Wukong is a step towards that, getting the CC chain and that CC train started on that Aatrox is going to be one of the ways to get into this game. But I honestly don't know how if they focus the Aatrox, the rest of EDG can just run rampant. I mean, Yu is on Akali, or it's weird to say Yu is, but you are on Akali. That's funny. But yeah, Yu on Akali,
a bit of a pun
as well as
friend.
Alone on the Varus. That's just going to start shredding you down if you decide to focus on the Aatrox.
And WHG decide to try to trim down the choices here of Hudia. But can you really? I mean, he just got the MVP for using Leona. And he did wonderful work as well in that entirety of the game. Vex being hovered now, is kind of interesting in a way that WHG is upping their burst damage, but I'm still kind of nervous with it. I don't think they should be going with this. We saw a meta before, like months back, having a Vex and a Zed, but the win rate of that combination is actually kind of low. And it's actually hard to do that with the lineup of EDG as well, because if you go in, you can just be stopped at any point. Are we going to be seeing a an Amumu here?
We
have seen this champion being hovered so many times, and yeah, the answer is gonna be no. But it's really interesting to just see them, you know, hovering this. Maybe it can be. I mean, what can we know? Maybe this champion can, you know, be used as a surprise pick in the latter weeks or so. But so far, this lineup of EDG, again, similar to game number 1, just so stable. So many front lines to protect alone. So many crowd controls to just pin down WHG.
Ooh,
and
I like that.
This is gonna be a necessary pick. The Olaf here for August. But that still puts a question. Can this Olaf survive? There's no buffer here. No utility support to actually provide shield and provide him movement speed. So if he goes in, he has to do damage. He has to try and be independent.
Yeah, unfortunately, no karma here. Because it was banned out. So yeah, and no really big utility supports. Just the Gragas maybe giving him a little bit of leeway by getting a big explosive cast going. But yeah, the bow and then the handshake, it mix it up a little bit. I mean, you have to keep the coach on their toes as well. But yeah, it does look like EDG has just such a solid composition. I mean, that Alistar definitely going to, number one, if he's not going to be making plays, just be able to guard alone and stay by his side, keep him from, you know, getting engaged on by the other members of Woohoo Gaming. But that Olaf, he does need to find some very cheeky angles to get in with his Ragnarok if he wants to be effective in the backside. And it's really, really good actually to have that Olaf, because Ragnarok, he's just gonna run through the chains of corruption. It won't really affect him all too much. But that being said, there's just so much damage on the side of EDG that Woohoo Gaming has to be very, very careful whenever they do engage. And it's very important to actually win this Zed versus Akali matchup, because if Woohoo Gaming cannot do that, then it's just going to be a very, very slow choke for them once again. EDG very proficient at denying the win conditions here of their opponents.
We saw a Zed versus Akali matchup early in the early series, and what I want to say that a particular champion has the edge, but in that case, actually, KT, especially Zero, used the Akali and the Zed in both of that games. And he actually won against the enemy team. So it's more on the execution side. And Xiao Jiang is really massive on any champion that he is actually using. Now with the Akali, we can see a similar performance with his Fiora earlier. This time, more on the team fights rather than on the split push side. And to think about the composition here of WHG, but hold that thought, because, well, the trivia here is really interesting. Controlled enemies for 23 seconds. 23 seconds. That's like
it's almost half a minute.
Half a minute, almost, yeah.
I mean, compared to like say a Nautilus, who we did see like control enemies for 58 seconds. Oh, Xiao Jiang has to get out of here pretty quickly. Will Mikey with the wrong guess there. Just a little bit of trouble there for the Akali, but because of all of that focus in the top lane, it does mean that EDG can safely focus on the other lanes as well, and that Aatrox will be keeping farming himself. Xing Dao. Okay, let's take a look at here though, because Hudia actually headbutt pulverize. We missed this completely, but that one auto attack will be giving you the first blood, and Hudia actually gets away scot-free. No, he doesn't. Almost,
Yeah.
almost, but not quite. Hudia once again getting jumped on, and he will sacrifice his life here. This is the way for Woohoo Game to get into this game without Olaf getting the big kills. But apparently they got another kill somehow, 2 for 2 so far. It's still EDG who has the gold lead.
So
But,
far,
yeah.
Closer's not have well, Lemon is not having that much of a good game in the top lane. Closer is having a bad time in the mid lane, constantly being ganked by Hudia in the mid. The dying twice already is a little unfortunate for him. Though WHG is getting some trades here and there, but I mean, if you bully the Wukong early into the game, then you completely negate his damage capability on team fights. It's pretty much going to be just another utility here, another crowd control for WHG. And if you think that, then who's actually going to be dealing damage? Will it be just the Ziggs of Spark? Or, because Lemon is not going to deal that much in terms of AoE. Most is going to be on a single target only, but with that in mind, that poses so much problems here for the side of WHG.
Yeah, it really does, because Lemon needs to be ahead on that set. If he's not, he's going to have a very hard time impacting team fights, because the rest of his team as well, not a lot of AoE except for the Ziggs, really, and maybe the Wukong with a Cyclone, but really that's more of a utility focused thing. So Lemon needs to be a big threat in the side lanes. If he's just being met by Xiao Zhang, he's going to have a bad time, because eventually that Akali will scale up very, very hard, much harder than that said. And you using this opportunity to proxy farm a little bit, make, farming a little bit more
Standard
efficient.
Garen things.
Yes, just hashtag Garen things right there.
And he's gonna be doing a lot of that. I mean, with the Garen, he can just get the Hull Breaker.
August
well.
looking for
August is
something here. Yeah, there's Deathmark coming in, though Lemon, he misses his Q. Unfortunately, Shengdao comes in, pops the World Ender, gets that. Oh, he gets a kill, and that just obliterated the Olaf. Mikey and Lemon very low, now in danger. Hudia comes in, headbutt for Horizon. They just melt to the tune of EDG. Xiao Zhang gets away scot-free as well, and that is 3 kills for absolutely nothing. EDG once again running the show.
Well, you don't ban the Aatrox. That's what happens. One gank in the top lane. We saw August just completely explode. And Alone was even there for the follow-up, just in case, you know, EDG needs him. But with an overall explosive entry there by EDG, now they are up 4,000 in 5 minutes. WHG is trying to get this dragon up. They might be able to take it since EDG did go for a reset after that. But they can just go towards this RH. They can threaten a fight here against WHG. They're just so ahead right now in this 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, Alone as well, starting to, you know, pick up the pace in terms of damage. Look at how much he chunked August for with just a single piercing arrow. Shengdao gonna be soloing this Rift Herald here. Hudia is gonna be there though to keep him safe. And Alone, man, this guy, you cannot discount the threat of a Varus just, you know, hitting you from 10 billion miles away with his piercing arrow and chunking you for almost like a third of your HP. And that is the first tower coming down for EDG. I think they have a pretty good first tower percentage here in their games, and it has really been helping them you know, clutch out these matches 2-0, and so far it does look like they're not letting Woohoo Gaming stop that train of you know, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They want to be the top team in China, and so far they're doing a really good job of it. Mikey, though, maybe looking for an engagement.
Can they kill the Garen?
I don't think they can kill the Garen. He's a little bit too tanky even to die.
Yeah, even if it's a 2 versus 1, even if Closer was there, close, they won't really be able to kill this Garen. I mean, even just one proc of his second skill will help him, you know, have the shield and resistance to just stay alive. There's nothing that you can do towards this Garen. Wow, okay. Divine Judgment just to judge Closer in that.
Yeah, just
Mass Injustice, rather.
He's just gonna go, hey, what's up, man? I am going to use my ultimate on you because I can, because there's no reason why not. Here, just gonna let you feel my sword, and he's going to make him feel the sword even more. There it is, the spin to win move as Shengdao comes in as well. It does look like this tower is the next target. The Mega Inferno Bomb will be clearing the wave, keeping EDG away from closer, keeping them from diving. So Woohoo Gaming keeping their members safe, even though they have to use a pretty big piece of damage to do it. Spark, though, he will be able to just keep this mid lane safe with his wave clear. And man, alone, once he starts scaling up, it's going to be very, very scary. But looks like Mikey has to flash out of there in order to avoid getting caught.
And we can't help but feel, you know, a little bit sad here for the side of WHG. This is basically similar to game number 1. And I don't see any angles that much here for WHG to actually get into EDG. At most, maybe a big burst from Spark, a big initiation with the Closer and Yao. Try to separate the Aatrox here of Xingdao and shut him down. Maybe try to assassinate Alone as well. But with the Zed of Lemon, you can only target one. And if you focus on the Aatrox of Xingdao, if you focus on Alone, then Xiaojiang is going to be popping off. I mean, you have to give attention to every single member here, and that's basically the draft of EDG. Plus, they have 2 people who can actually just distract them, especially with the Garen here of you, and also the Alistar of Hudia. Nice flank. He goes in.
A big flank there from Hudia, but is this going to be a little bit too much on their plate? As Xingdao, he does get... Wow, what a far place to be. He did get death mark, but he wasn't low enough. It's you who actually saves him from the Zed, and well, that was just EDG showing how powerful they are, how unafraid they are. Even with 2 members versus 4, they were like, alright, who's going to be coming in? Xingdao is going to be coming in. And look at how much confidence this team has against Woohoo Gaming.
And it has been kind of long since we last seen, you know, a Dead Man's Plate really early on. It's only Hudia that actually does it. And really fast rotation is what to set up for that fight.
They're going to be diving onto you here. Will this be a good idea? Yes, it will, because they do get the kill. But they traded 1 for 1. Closer now in danger, Alone, and Hudia on his case. The Dead Man's Plate is coming for you. He's looking vicious from the Alistar. Oh, the miss on the piercing arrow, but he still gets it with the E. That's a 2 for 1. They tried to commit to a dive to try to get anything they can, and they paid for it with 2 kills and a free Rift Herald here for Xingdao. So very, very much still on the side of EDG as they make their way into the mid lane once again. The Mega Inferno Bomb going to tick down Hudia, but now Xingdao's going to get jumped on. Will it be enough? Because he did pop World Ender and the Stasis. The Death Mark has really not been working out. Spark is there. Xingdao's time to shine indeed, but no, it's actually Xiaojiang who's coming in. He's got 1 kill. He's on the Spark now, gets a couple and gets out of there. But on the backside, look at that. Olaf tried his best, but he gets... Oh my god, a free kill for Xiaojiang. He just jumped onto the Zed. That's a 4 for absolutely nothing. Well, no, they did get the Varus, but that's a 4 for 1 still. Closer now in a 1v1 versus you. I don't think that he can actually win this if you... He did use his ultimate, so there could be a chance that Closer still gets it, but another free Drake here for the side of EDG. Let's take a look at that again.
Such big stalling here and outplay actually by Xingdao and Xiaojiang. Take a look at his HP and take a look at how so cleanly Xiaojiang executes 3 people. Even Lemon was just a victim here towards his outplay. And the way they delivered it is just so clean. I mean, even Xingdao, despite being low, he was helping the team damage August, and he even went back helping Hudia stay alive. That's why it was only Alone that actually died in that fight, and that just shows how coordinated this team is and how different they are entirely from the other WRL teams. This has been just a dominating game for them. Almost a 10,000 goal lead at 11 minutes into the game. And WHG, they find themselves so lost right now, trying to find an entry. The cast not connecting.
Oh my god, but there's Head, but Pulverize connecting onto 2, and now Mikey's in danger. They are going to be going on to you, though. They do find Mikey. They're focusing much on onto the Garen. They do get it, but they are low and have to run away. Xingdao, he waited for the Ragnarok to run out. He gets that kill. They're still onto the chase. Lemon and Closer running for their lives, but they won't be running for long as they get caught. Closer, the last one standing here in this fight. No, actually, Lemon was able to get away with some shadow manipulation, but they're still on the chase. They're looking for him. They want that Zed. The blood is in their eyes. Ooh, Xiao Zhang almost actually landed that
so
shuriken.
smooth, man.
So smooth, so clean.
Smooth. Like butter. Just like butter. And this is why you just don't give these champions away.
Yes.
But what can you let open here for EDG at this point?
I don't know. I do not know.
I don't know. I mean, just so hard to counter them right now. The Aatrox of Shengdao just so massive. The timing of Hudia, you just can't ban any support champion for him. And to think that WHG even banned away Nautilus and Galio away from him just simply shows how you can't ban Hudia at all.
Yeah.
The way they just entered into this fight, countering the cask entry of Yao, and then suddenly Hudia going in for himself, setting up 2 people up in that knock-up play, just shows a clear difference between EDG and WHG. Look at the scoreline, 15-5. Look at the goal lead, 12,013 minutes. And basically everything being gotten here acquired by EDG. The only thing that WHG has gotten was just that.
Oh, Mikey, he's gotten caught once again, and he gets CC chained to death. Once again, Xiao Zhang's the one who takes that kill. This Akali is absolutely huge. So scary, especially when you consider how much damage he can do in a very short amount of time. The Zed cannot compete at all, unfortunately. So with that catch...
Completely denied.
Yeah, completely denied. But that catch, they're going to be going on to this Baron now. Closer, he may work with August here for Brazil, but no, there is the headbutt pulverized onto the monkey. He goes with Cyclone to save his life. August is there. He's going to be going on to Alone with the Ragnarok, but Alone has the stasis at least to keep him alive.
Teleport.
Ragnarok will time out here in just a sec, and he's going to get headbutt pulverized for the kill. And they did let the monkey go, but August overcommitted. That means there's no jungler. That means a free Baron.
Free Baron in another perfectly executed fight here by EDG. Nobody can actually stop them. Xiao Zhang now is popping off.
Oh man, Xiao Zhang in a 1 versus 2 doesn't really matter. The death mark won't really be troubling him all too much. He goes back in, lands the shuriken, kicks the Zed in the face. Closer trying to flash in, trying to get Xiao Zhang, but he gets into the bush right on time. This Akali is too strong for Woohoo Gaming to deal with. There's the Baron, the power play gonna be coming in. It's 15 minutes into the game, and EDG have ticked all the boxes. They're checking the marks. They're dotting their I's and crossing their T's with 13,000 gold ahead.
One-sided beatdown. Again, EDG is just... We have no words for this team.
They're too good.
They're just so good, man. They're just so good. The steal onto the blue. Oh my god. Shengdao. Just completely made August sad. He just wanted the blue buff, man. He just wanted his blue buff in his own jungle, but he denied it from him.
You can't go into your own jungle anymore if you're Woohoo Gaming.
Oh,
you just have to rely on CS.
15,000 gold lead. Still 1,000 gold per minute here by EDG in this Baron buff power play. Xiao Zhang is alone in the top side, but not even gonna be scared for him. He actually goes in.
Yeah, Shengdao as well going on to Lemon, and Lemon trying to shadow manipulate will not work as he just gets donked on. Mikey now trying. Yeah, Shengdao, he's just tagging the tower. He doesn't even care, man. And that's another tower down. That is the inhibitor tower down in the bottom lane, actually. And Shengdao, he's dancing in and out of the base. He doesn't really care what Woohoo Gaming have to say. The Baron empowered minions are marching into the base. They are hitting the Nexus now. Yu is there empowering them, and the rest of the base is going to fall now. No more inhib turrets left for Woohoo Gaming, and they're just being pigeonholed here. It's going to be a 3 versus 5. What can they do against the rest of EDG? Hudia comes in with the engage, and Yu comes out. Shengdao, he's trying to go for more kills here, and he will. Oh, the stasis comes in. Closer does not die for now, but it is the Nexus that's taking a lot of damage. August, oh, he's not going to be able to... Well, he will live, but the Nexus will die, and EDG secure another 2-0 victory for themselves here at the WRLA 2023. They are just so good. They have never lost a single game.
And they made this game end at 5 minutes faster than game number 1.
Speedrunning.
Just speedrunning. I mean, well, they are the only team to not only be undefeated, but not even lose a single game. Every single game. All 4 games, 2-0. One-sided beatdown. And we still have yet to see a team contesting EDG at this point. Maybe KBG. I mean,
nobody's on their level.
To be expected. That is to be anticipated and to be, be really excited to watch. Maybe Weibo Gaming, but it's still gonna be a long time here for EDG, and they're still gonna be maintaining their very dominating performance, very dominating scoreline, sitting at the very top, waiting for whoever is gonna be contesting them, whoever is gonna be brave enough to face them.
Yeah, and so far, nobody has been up to the challenge. Edward Gaming has just proved themselves to be the most powerful team right now. Even though, the matches that they've won, they haven't lost a single game. There were some moments in some of their other matches where they may have, given the other team a way back into the game, but they're just so clean. They know exactly what to do in any situation. They know their win condition. They know how to play against an opponent's win condition. And if you're, one of the other Chinese conference teams, you're just thinking of, okay, how do we get to that number 2 spot? Because there's absolutely no way that you can contest EDG at the moment with how amazing they are looking. Definitely looking like the strongest team in Chinese conference, the strongest team in the Wild Rift League Asia, and possibly the strongest team in the entire world at the moment.
Yeah, it's EDG right now. They are no strangers to just dominating tournaments, and they're looking forward to having a really big of a banger in this tournament. I think the only obstacle they have so far, or the only team that can actually contest them at this point, is maybe KBG. They did struggle against them in the Huya the Legend Cup 2023 Season 3, lost to them in the Grand Finals in a 1-4 scoreline, but that is to be, to be seen in the future. Because right now in this week, they're just going to be sitting back, relaxed, and waiting for their next match next week. For our team, WHG, it has been a really big struggle for them. They tried in this draft to really answer the Aatrox, but I think it would have been really better for them to just ban it away and maybe let the Senna come through, because they banned Zoe, Camille, and Senna in that game, and really the Aatrox has been just disgusting, man.
Absolutely. Sheng Dao, most damage in the game. He's just been in fight after fight after fight and been winning fight after fight after fight. Alone, even with his Varus, didn't even come close to that damage. I mean, Sheng Dao did 50% more damage than he did. So big props to this Aatrox. You cannot, probably the MVP. You cannot let this man take an Aatrox. You have to bat it. You have to respect it. And that was, Woohoo Gaming's, that was their mistake. They thought, okay, we can deal with an Aatrox probably. They could not. 5-0 and 10. Most damage in the game. 68% kill participation. And he just ran rampant. And even though his opponent did, he got most of the kills for Woohoo Gaming, there was absolutely no chance that an Olaf could stand up to the unkillable Demon King that is the Aatrox of Sheng Dao.
And we kind of expected that to happen. We kind of expected August to really struggle in sustaining himself, simply because of having no utility support. No one to provide the shield, no one to provide the heal, no one to sustain himself. He was all alone in most of the fights, and we saw his HP just explode with just one last Q there from Sheng Dao, and pretty much be negligible in the entirety of the game. Closer as well had such a nightmare in the early game, dying twice before the 5-minute mark. Just completely negates the all intentions here of WHG in trying to put up a fight against EDG. Maybe in their next match they could have a better draft, maybe a better execution, but in this game, we will be seeing more highlights on the side of EDG. Xiao Jiang, well-deserved victory. Actually, his outplay in the mid lane, 3 versus 1 under the tower and still managed to stay alive. That is a highlight of the game. Aside from the explosions that Shengdao made in that game as well, and the good flanks of Hudia, Xiao Jiang just really shines whenever he gets this champion rolling.
Yeah, he really, really does. And get it rolling, he did. I mean, that was just an insanely paced game coming from EDG. And I am very, very curious to see how or where else they can take this, because they're, as we said, 2-0 everywhere. They're all of their matches. Who do you think can land the first blow on them and take a map away or a game away?
Well, we talked about it earlier, maybe KBG, but until then, they'll just remain at the top.
Yeah. And until then, we will be taking a little bit of a short break before we go into the next match. This is going to be a little bit of an interesting one. J-Team, the second best team so far in the Chinese conference, versus NAOS Esports, one of the prides of the Philippines. So hopefully you guys are tuned in for that. Hopefully you are hyped up, and we will be back for that. Will NAOS Esports triumph against an incredibly strong Chinese team, or will they falter? My name is Yudan. Coming at you, with me is Giyang, and we'll be right back with match number 3 of the day.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. we make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is Jisan Kibanashi, with me is Gi Young, and we are now in our last match of the day. It's J Team versus NAOS Esports.
This should be an interesting matchup, because NAOS Esports, we saw them kind of have a rough time against Cerberus Esports just last week. They had a good game 1 against Cerberus Esports, but it turned out to be a reverse sweep, as Cerberus Esports just completely outmatches them, and kind of like the marathon of that series. You know, after the longest game, 31 minutes and 45 seconds, they find themselves a little bit more confused. NAOS Esports in that last game, and just Cerberus Esports dominate that entirely and ended that game in 14 minutes. And now they're gonna be facing an undefeated team so far here in this tournament. J Team, which won against KT.RY, won against WHG in a reverse sweep, and they dominatingly defeated Cerberus Esports in a 2-0 fashion. So that kind of implies a lot here going towards this game. NAOS Esports, they need to really be clean as possible, and be as proactive as they can actually be to match against J-Team.
Exactly, because, you know, going against a team that beat the team that beat you is a very tough proposition here for the NAOS lads, but I do believe they have it in them. Mirmo, he is going to absorb a respect ban here, at least from JT, because they have heard tales of his legendary Ashe. So it's going to be I don't think he's going to be able to play Ashe in this matchup, but JT, what do you really ban against them? They're very, very talented. 0711 has been an incredible force for his team, you know, no matter what he picks. I mean, he picked up the Xin Zhao against Woohoo Gaming, and actually in that series he picked up 3 different junglers and was very effective on pretty much all of them, even on the Jace. But you know, Xin Zhao, he has picked it up twice, so he's also picked up Olaf twice. But will that actually make NAOS ban out a Xin Zhao? That would be very interesting to see.
I don't think it will be a prio ban, but it's something to be prepared of, I think, here for NAOS Esports, because we have more, you know, more prioritized champions, and especially Aatrox, you know, Zoe, Camille, a lot of stuff. JT does dominate in terms of the stats here. 100% in the first Dragon, 60% over versus 20 in the first Herald, 60 to 20 and the first Tower. They do have a lot going on the blue side and red side, but that doesn't even matter here for J-Team. It just basically shows that they are willing to take either side, but they have more wins when they are actually on red side. They only lost 1 game being on blue side, and that is against WHG. And it was primarily because they kind of made a lot of mistakes there, especially with the Wukong pick in the top lane as well, that Woohoo Gaming kind of like punished. But overall, this has been a dominating run by J-Team. On NAOS side, we do see them kind of winning more on the blue side, or on the red side rather. But when they're on blue side, we kind of see them, you know, trying their very best. It's only 1 game that we have seen them on blue side as well, and it was the longest game ever as well against Cerberus Esports. But again, you know, it would take a lot for them to actually resist the forces here of J-Team. Yeah. Now, Xiaopi as well has been a really positive force for NAOS Esports. I mean, he did, you know, get our votes as the best jungler for a team in the APAC region for weeks 1 and 2. But he will be going up against 0711, because this man, he has been a really, really big factor for J-Team. I mean, his presence, especially in the early to mid game, is just absolutely insane. I absolutely think that if Xiaopi gets an advantage here, then he can he can start to disrupt the pressure coming from 0711. But I don't think 0711 is going to let him basically get away with that. I think it's going to be a lot of eyes on this jungle matchup to see how it's going to affect the rest of the game, the rest of the match. Also, you know, Xiaopi is just amazing as a player in general, and he actually has, you know, dual purpose in most of the fights, either becoming the really aggressive Lee Sin player, or, you know, more on the utility as a Wukong or a Shen. Now on our Dragon laners, you know, Mirmo has been just cementing his performance massively as an incredible Ashe player, even getting 1 MVP at their match against Rare Atom, but is still kind of trying to get his groove back with these with the other picks like the Ziggs and the Senna. The Senna was really massive in their second game against Cerberus Esports, but at the very end, we kind of saw NAOS Esports just being surprised with Cerberus Esports engaged. And I think as a team and as a player, just have to be always ready for any surprises coming in from an enemy team, and you would need all the information that you can actually get across the map. I think Mirmo has a really good chance to influence the team positively when he does get that Ash. I mean, the vision just provided, the picks that they actually get from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and generally attention just being given up to him should give some room towards the other players here, because I mean, just one ban already, that's already a slot taken from the bans here just because of his huge performance in the Ash. So I think maybe through that, maybe NAOS Esports can sneak maybe a Camille, maybe an Aatrox, so just up their scaling with those kinds of champions that just really just dominates games.
Absolutely. I do think that if J Team won't pick up an Aatrox, it all depends really on who wins the fight first side here and who's able to, you know, actually get the priority on these champions. But I do believe that if NAOS were to win the fight first side and they were able to get that blue side pick, they may look to keep that Aatrox open, absorb a ban with Ash, have other champions banned out by J Team as well, maybe go for the Aatrox, perhaps the Camille, but definitely should be giving themselves some priority in the Baron lane, because I think that if they get a really good start on that Baron lane, definitely it will be a huge factor to actually paving the way for them to win this game. So Xiaopi as well, he can absorb a lot of bans. He's very talented jungler, has a very deep pool, but I don't know if saving the jungler for the second phase of the pick ban phase is going to be a smart idea. They may want to keep him on that Kha'Zix, pick that up maybe early, or even the Lee Sin. His Lee Sin's pretty beastly.
Oh, so good. Yeah.
而 J Team 战队已经印证了他们这套全新阵容的切实有效，开始尝试在对局当中不断创新。今天又将带来怎样的惊喜呢？让我们拭目以待。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Manila NAOS Esports versus J Team. Manila NAOS Esports has experienced a roller coaster emotion in last week, so can they come back with a better state? And the J Team has improved that their new strategy works indeed effectively. They began to invade during their action. So what kind of surprise is gonna take for us? Let's stay tuned. 接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Manila NAOS Esports and J Team.
The last time I lost the game, I was too defeated. This time, we will take it out on you.
Ooh,
big words from Xiaopi.
Yeah, I love that.
我看大家都饿了，就早点2-0送他们回去吃宵夜吧。
Once again, some yeah, same. I wish we could understand him, but some measured trash talk. Yeah, those pixel shades. I've actually have a pair of those back home.
Really?
Yeah, they're green and they're really fun to use. Maybe one day I'll bring them in for a broadcast. It would be really funny.
Yeah, tell me so I can buy one as well, and maybe we can tandem that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They do that. We will have our own march, even though we're just sitting.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. But let's take a look at how J Team decides to enter. Since NAOS, you know, they won't be on the stage just yet. J Team will be entering, you know, solo on their own. So let's see how they make their entrance here. But just looks like very measured, very calm. Not going for anything super, super extravagant at the moment.
The shades, man.
Yes, the shades.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh yes, you have down there.
Let's go. Love the energy there.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, the flag.
Whoa,
the J Team flag representing.
Represent. Show the flag. Oh, what's that? Oh, is that a fan? Oh, okay.
That's a fan, yeah.
So there have been, I think we saw those items as well coming in from the previous series, EDG and WHG. So I mean, they're like friends, so.
接下来有请打野选手
NAOS as well.
Zombie
Their own entrances, calm,
Flex.
looking calm as well.
接下来有请中
Very
路选
flexing.
手 and the mid lane
Zappy, the
Mitsura
strong words coming out from him, you know, taking out the pain of their loss on their opponents now. Mitsura with the anime protagonist post Mirmo just saying, hang loose. A very seasoned professional here. And finally, Rafe. What a good looking man with a good looking smile. Going for the esports pose.
Esports pose as always.
Let's dive into the wild. I like
so
that.
it's going to be Rafe versus Barry going in our fight for side. Any thoughts on that?
Okay, so Rafe versus Barry, AD versus support, or Dragon Laner versus support. I actually don't know who's gonna be coming out on top of this. I mean, Rafe, very very talented, but he is a support player. Maybe he's gonna pick another Gragas. That, like we've been seeing, some of the support players who have been thrown into the fight first side have been picking, but I don't know. It all depends on how confident they are today in this fight for side. I don't know.
Well, we have seen Zalpi, we have seen Calm play for NAOS, and well, it's the first time we'll see Rafe here. On the side of JT, we have seen Barry already playing. He actually picked up the Teemo against Zero when they matched against KT, though Zero actually won with the Yasuo in that particular game. But we might see a different champion. I mean, he can be a little bit playful with his champion picks. I wonder what champion he's going to be using here this time, because I don't think the team is available anymore, but the Pyke is. I think the Pyke is available still as of today. We haven't really seen anyone use that champion yet. And mostly we do see Yasuo, Gragas, Akali. We have seen Zed once already, and that game was really nice, I would say. But we haven't really seen an unexpected pick so far, and I do want to see more of that, honestly. Aside from the how serious the fight for side can be, because I think these teams, especially JT, they might really want to win the fight for side so that they can have priority in the side selection and kind of have the best possible case for their games, especially if they do want to set the tempo up. And for NAOS, that's gonna be the same thing for sure, as they're just trying to redeem themselves, go back into competing with these other teams, and it would take really a lot for them to prove themselves, especially in this game, competing against a WRL team that is so far undefeated in all of their games. It's gonna be a tough mountain to climb. That's how intense this series is for NAOS.
Yeah, I mean, NAOS, this definitely, there is definitely a lot on the line for them here. They want to be known as the best team in the Philippines. And I mean, with 3 teams already making it from the Philippines, and really...
Is that overdrink a while ago?
It might have been. It might have been. Interesting. But
quick shout out to our really good streamer, Wild Rift, just helping out NAOS there, giving his support.
Yeah, big support there coming in from the NAOS environment, the NAOS content creators. But it does look like Rafe gonna be sticking with that Gragas and Barry on that Akali. This has historically gone the way of the Akali. Very interesting that this is how we're gonna be going again, but I guess it just can't be helped when you're the support thrust into the role of the solo here in the fight for side. Maybe this time the Gragas will come out on top. What do you think?
I don't know, man. The trend has been set already. It's usually the Akali winning, especially in most of the trades, most of the games as well. But maybe, you know, a slight difference in the items may actually help the Gragas be the one winning, because, you know, a while ago we did see the Spirit Visage, we did see the Force of Nature coming up, we did see the Zonias, but I think the execution a while ago, especially from the sudden death, was a little bit off coming in from the Gragas, because you would normally just want to not be engaging as much as possible and just wait for the circle to actually be so close to you so that you can use the cask, especially that the Akali doesn't really have the Zonias, you know? So
yeah,
that was a bit of a misplay from earlier, and maybe something that these two can actually take note heading down towards this game. I think it's gonna be expected already that we might just reach towards the sudden death, so just build around that point of the game and you'll be fine.
Yeah, it should be completely fine. I mean, there are a lot of factors that can go into this match. I mean, Wraith, very talented Gragas player. We did see how early on a Gragas can dominate an Akali, you know, with his body slam, especially if he's really precise with them, and his Qs, rolling a barrel and immediately blowing it up does do quite a bit of damage to an Akali. But I hope that Wraith will be going for a more AP focused build instead of the tankier ones that we've seen, because I think that may be the route to actually outduel an Akali here in an extended fight. But, you know, unfortunately, it's still a historically Akali-sided matchup.
I mean, we talked about this matchup already quite a lot.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Not too much.
What can we really say
Let's
now?
try to chill into this game, especially that it's gonna be taking a long time. I mean, we have seen so far a Gragas Akali just reaching towards the sudden death. It's really hard to take down a Gragas, and well, Gragas does take a bit of a hard time as well to kill an Akali when, especially you're building tanks. So unless Wraith here just builds AP, then it will reach towards sudden death. That's so far 100% happening in all our games, and in the two of the games that we have seen so far. Though Barry, I do expect him to maybe pick up that Divine Sunder, just like how we saw it in one of the Akali versus Gragas games we have seen. You know, just up your mix AP and AD damage, and have that person HP against this really annoying tank of a Gragas.
Yes, very, very annoying. But you see, Barry did take about the same amount of damage on that trade from the minions, basically. Wraith, not really all too afraid, but he's not putting himself in front of the minions just yet as well. A good instant Q onto Barry, though, to keep him honest, to keep him respecting the threat of the Gragas poke. But oh, missing that body slam may be pretty bad here, as Barry does get some free damage in. The minions are still attacking him though. So Wraith actually coming out pretty much even on that fight. Anti-healing though on him, so when he does pop his next passive, he should be able to heal, 69 HP. Very nice, as Barry takes a little bit more damage from an instant pop Q.
Oh yeah, Barry should have a little bit of an edge here against Wraith so far. But we're doing a really good job just trimming down with the Q and always just healing himself back up, especially with the passive. Pretty much things that we have already expected so far. Ooh, a big
Barry's
burst
actually
there.
really low. Yeah, great burst. Ooh. But now Wraith is a little bit low on the mana. Barry's a little bit low on the life, so he does have to back away. A little bit more damage focus this Gragas, and I quite like that. Maturing that barrel now, going to go for some quick wave clear while Barry is forced back, so that Wraith will have the upper hand in terms of items when he does complete his own back right now. Interesting pickups here for Barry. And a whole abyssal mask.
Okay. Now, I do love the item here of Rafe. Barry also responding with, going for the Liandris. And whenever I see a Liandris over the Morellonomicon or the anti-healing items here in Wild Rift, I I do remember the statement of LS, you know, just his stand on Grievous Wounds versus Leandris at that time. His stand was go for DPS, go for the Leandris, because it's basically the same thing, but you'd have more damage overall with that particular item. In this case, that's going to be the route here of Barry, though Rafa is still having such incredible time. And, you know, with the Abyssal Mass, so every time Barry actually deals damage, he gains mana that he can use to heal himself back up. It's just the cycle that he gets here.
A little bit froggy there, tried to go for the body slam onto Barry, but he missed. But Barry now on to the engage, tries to go for something big there. But Rafe, he's just going to keep his cool, not overcommit, not use his own ultimate, not... he's just trying to poke Barry down. I mean, that Abyssal Mask, oh, just barely misses the body slam. If he got that body slam, that could have been the signal for him to maybe try to go for a kill right there. So... you know, big attempts here from both sides, but definitely still just in the feeling out phase. Rafe now going to go for another healing font, keep himself up healthy, but he does seem to be the one who's winning these trades so far. Leandri's maybe a little bit of a weird decision here, but Barry, you know, committing to it already. It does do a lot of work in extended team fights. Oh, it's actually the Rift Maker here, but looking like a Gargoyle's angle maybe from Rafe.
Now it's going to... I love the itemizations here of Rafe. I mean, still going for more MR, and the Abyssal Mass actually helping him so much.
Quite a lot,
and for the HP, for the mana. Look at him just having 80% mana kept in place all the time that he can just use for healing.
Yeah, he gets that other headbutt
against
too.
Barry. Might be in trouble.
This could be a pretty big fight. Yes, he lands the explosive cast, but Barry, he flashes in and he actually dashes out of the rage. Oh my god! The headbutt! The big outplay, the body slam, not the headbutt, but the body slam into the auto attack from Rafe. He used that bush to bait, basically, as well as the what's it called? His barrels. Well played there.
Oh yeah, well played. Definitely surprised Barry right there. Almost got that one hit to kill the Gragas, but hey, that's the first. That's a first. Actually,
force of nature.
It is the first time we have seen a kill happening before, you know, the sudden death. Normally we do see it just being a stalling game entirely. Yeah.
Actually, there was the first time we saw this Gragas Akali matchup, it was the Gragas who got the first kill onto the Akali before the sudden death, but once that sudden death did come in, once the circle started coming back, it was the Akali who took that kill. So even though it was 1-for-1, because of the sudden death, the Akali did win. So this time, Rafe now in a great spot here to actually dominate Barry coming into, well, the sudden death in a couple minutes.
Oh, it's gonna be close now. I mean, Barry has been trying to trim down Rafe's HP, but it's so difficult now. He has the force of nature, he has the Abyssal Mass from earlier, and we already saw Barry struggle just trimming down this Gragas' HP. Oh, the cast is gonna be used body slam just for the additional, you know, crowd control, even the enchantment from the boots. Wow, okay, that is a really cheesy and creative way to approach this game. So I'm gonna be much more excited to see actually the sudden death here, because with the Gragas, you have so much ways to actually push the Akali off the circle. And I think that is going to be the intention here of Wraith.
Yeah. Divine Thunder being picked up now. So Barry's going to have a lot more combat efficiency, but will the Force of Nature be enough? I think Wraith has to back out here, get his final item, because the circle should be closing in very, very soon. Yeah, he's going to complete his back. Let's see what he comes back with. Maybe waiting a little bit for an item. He's just being, you know, patiently waiting inside the base. Gets a Negatron. And it should be something else.
Ooh, wow, okay, just
yeah.
Just you see the smile here on
a lot more MR.
I might not be able to buy a full item anymore, so I'll just get both Spectral and the the cloak there to get at most. I think that's like 80 or around 70 MR that he gets from those items. And look at the amount of damage he is actually negating here. Here comes the circle, the sudden death circle here for Barry and Rave, and that puts them in a bit of a tough spot now.
Yeah, now Rafe, he needs to be very, very careful. So does Barry, because Barry, there are a lot of ways to displace him here and take him out of the safe range. Rafe, though, choosing not to go for the healing font, trusting in his passive healing. That may be a mistake, but he does land another poke onto Barry with his insta-pop Q. Let's see if he can keep doing it, because he is just keeping the wave on his side. He's daring Barry to come close because he knows that Barry is the one who needs to commit early. He has the onus now, because look, he can't just land these long-range pokes here, as Barry, he does have to be very close to the Gragas, and that does put him at risk of the body slam.
I love what Rave is doing right now, trying to pull the wave just a little bit close towards his tower. It's actually attracting Barry to be a little close towards him as well. That can be his edge into the cask play later on. Again, he has 3 knock-ups that he can actually use against Barry. He's going to be closing in. Nice shuriken toss there by Barry. Goes with a perfect execution. Rave is just waiting for that perfect timing. Does he have a Zonus? Does he have a stasis? Barry takes a bit of damage.
He misses!
Actually there. That's the push. Barry takes a bit. Rave is just trying to sustain himself. But actually Barry realizes the sudden death circuit doesn't hurt much actually. So I can just continue trimming his HP down. Rave tries to sustain. Takes a bit of damage onto Barry. Oh no.
One more interaction.
Energy.
No energy.
Just throw in the barrels. Throw in the barrels. Shuriken toss, and Rafe will get it. Really nice outplay. The moment he saw the Akali now just so low without any energy, he knew he will get that win. And that is the first win as well with the Gragas.
Well played there. Hiding behind the minion, baiting out the shuriken. Rafe, a happy boy right now. Absolutely amazing how he managed to outplay that Akali, but I do think that Barry got a little bit impatient. Could have capitalized a lot better if after the missed explosive cask, but you know, it is what it is. He had very low energy, did not have a lot left, so you know, that is going to be NAOS Esports winning that fight for side. They will have the advantage of picking which side they want to be on for the rest of the match, and that is a really good start, especially against a team as scary as J-Team.
I told you, man, the Abyssal Mask, it helps so much in the sustain.
Yes.
Helped so much with the mana, helped Rave just sustain himself for so long. Also, you know, it's such creativity with the itemization. And that very end, both of them actually were kind of surprised to not take that much damage when they leave the circle. So I think that is something that will be considered in the next matchups for sure in the fight for side. And speaking of which, NAOS Esports actually choose red side. What are your thoughts on that, G10?
All right, so that does mean that they're putting a lot more priority into that 2-champion first pick, and that does mean that they cannot leave the Aatrox up. They cannot leave possibly the Zoe up. Otherwise, you know, it's probably going to be J-Team that picks up one of those champions. Now, J-Team on the other hand, definitely cannot afford to give Mirmo that Ashe that he so craves, that he so desires. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a mind game here in the pick and ban phase, because Aatrox still with that 100% pick ban ratio, but adding a little bit more to his win percentage because of those 2 games where EDG was able to bring him to his full potential. But now it's definitely need to start talking about which player they're going to be targeting here in terms of target banning.
Mitsura should have, I think this can be the game plan of NAOS Esports. Since the attention has been, you know, kind of revolving around Zaupi and Mirmo. maybe NAOS Esports can find a way to funnel through Mitsura, because again, he has a really interesting champion pool. He's one of the only, or like the only player that actually brought the Kassadin into the WRL to A 2023, and it actually helped them win against Rare Atom at that time. It helped them win against Cerberus Esports in game number 1. Maybe that can be something that NAOS Esports can use heading on towards this game. Maybe have that really strong late game scaling champion. And like what you mentioned, like how we discussed already, it is expected. The Ash of Mirmo will never see the light of day. It's always going to be banned. It's always going to be respected by any team that NAOS Esports face.
Yeah, because he's just a sniper with that champion. You cannot afford to let this go through. It's just too good. Okay, it does look like we're going to be remaking the lobby perhaps, but already the first ban coming through, we do know that Ash is huge respect ban, just because that is the way that NAOS gets control of the game in the mid to late game. That's it. It's just being able to rely on Mirmo's fantastic enchanted crystal arrows. They're way too good to leave up. So where does this leave the rest of the ban? So because having an Ash ban absorb, that does open up possibly a Senna if J-Team won't ban it out, but if they do, that does open up a lot more possibilities for NAOS, because they are on the red side. They get the 2 champion picks first. I predict perhaps if the Camille is left open, they may go for a Camille into Gragas. We have seen that Rafe is very talented on the Gragas. He's the first guy to win the Gragas versus Akali matchup in the fight for sides. So, you know, we'll see how it goes.
I'm also excited to maybe see, you know, the Wambulance once again. Shen, Senna, and Galio combination coming in from NAOS Esports. And that game from Cerberus Esports against Cerberus Esports was actually really entertaining, you know. Even if it was a loss by NAOS Esports, they had such a great performance in that game. It was just so unfortunate that they got, you know, caught up in some of those team fights, and it led to Cerberus Esports gaining the momentum, heading down towards game number 3. But I think they have learned from that as well. Especially right now, they're just prepping up against J-Team. Again, we have talked about how scary it is to match against an undefeated WRL team, that is JT, that defeated the team, or dominated the team that defeated NAOS Esports. So it is really, again, a tough mountain to climb. It's almost an impossible achievement to have. But it is NAOS Esports. Believe in them, and well, their statement has always been now's the time. And I think now's the time to actually, you know, beat the odds and come out on top in this series. And it starts with game number 1. Again, the respect on the Ash. Zoe, finally, of course, will be banned away. Maybe Aatrox and the Camille as well. No ambulance anymore since the Shen has been banned away.
Yep, no ambulance available here. The Olaf will be banned out, though. This does open up a lot of possibilities for both NAOS and J-Team. Aatrox going to be banned out, so that does leave the ball in J-Team's court. The Jace is available. Will that be the first pick here? But that does leave NAOS Esports able to put Mirmo on possibly that Senna if J-Team doesn't pick it up themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
no, they are going to pick it up themselves.
They don't want that. Okay. They're going to be giving the Jace away for NAOS Esports. And, well, J-Team just going for late game scaling. That's just basically how it's going to be with the first pick on the Senna. We can expect maybe an aggressive Baron laner as well coming in from Don, because he did fantastic work with the Gwen in their match against KT, and we even saw him just dominate the lane with the Jax at one time against WHG. And if you're talking scaling, I think Senna and Jax just suits well here for J-Team.
Yeah, Senna plus Jax may be the angle here, but they will commit onto the Wukong first. So Jace Gragas, though, very, very strong start for NAOS. They do have the opportunity to go for a Jax themselves. Very decent choice if they do, because they do want to have at least a little bit of scaling in their composition. But wait a minute. A Janna angle for Mirmo, possibly? I am unsure if this is the way.
I mean,
yeah, Ziggs.
I love surprises, but that would be more of a negative surprise than a positive, surprise for us, if ever. Ziggs is available. Exactly. It is a stable pick. It's a common, response with the Senna, as the Senna is towards the Ziggs. And now Esports will just go on a stable pick here. Really good job.
Yes, very, very standard, very stable. I quite like the fact that NAOS Esports, they play pretty standard. But they did, with their reputation, absorb some very key bans over here from J Team. The Gwen as well will be banned out. The Jax, not gonna happen for J Team. So good on NAOS for reading that. That does kind of pinch a lot of the options here in the Baron lane for J Team. However, this Zed ban going to be a pretty big respect ban onto Mitsuru. You know what's still open though that can possibly surprise us is a Kassadin. If Mitsuru is feeling a little bit froggy, a little bit spicy today.
And that has been like a pocket pick that surprises teams that they face. I mean, Rare Atom got surprised with that. Service Esports got surprised with that in their game number 1. Maybe now Esports can actually have that for late game insurance. But I love what we're seeing right now. Calm having the Fiora here for himself does serve well for frontline power, and also similar to EDG versus WHG, the Fiora just having to match the sustain of a Senna simply because of your grand challenge. If you do proc it up, I mean, it is conditional, but again, if you meet that condition, it is gonna help NAOS Esports so much.
Looks like Jappy is the one who's okay. I thought I was gonna see a jungle last pick here, but it does seem like Mitsuru is gonna be on that Lucian, and Zawi is gonna be the one picking up the Jace. Very interesting compositions here, but Mirmo gonna be the Ziggs, while Mitsuru takes Lucian, Wraith on that Gragas. But J Team very standard as well. DY, Galio, Barry's Senna should be able to help Yeezy and 0711 really sustain up in team fights. However, I'm kind of worried for the early game, at least for NAOS Esports, because 0711 the Kha'Zix is going to be a very, very scary champion to kind of have to try and track all over the map.
Also, let's talk about level 5s as well. The J Team, they unlock the Cyclone, they unlock the Hero's Entrance, they unlock the Dawning Shadow coming in from the Senna. And it is going to be very scary for NAOS Esports, for sure. I mean, team fighting is going to be massive for J Team, and I think that's something that NAOS Esports should be prepared later on. I think side lane control should be a priority as well here for NAOS Esports, as well as, clearing out the waves since they do have the Ziggs. Yeah. I think J Team will be trying to clump up as much as possible for, pressuring down NAOS Esports. But I think NAOS Esports will have, again, we're talking about win conditions by both teams here. And I think NAOS Esports have drafted a really nice damage control lineup.
Yeah, most definitely. They just need to be able to execute it well. And that therein lies the big question, because with Mitsuru on this Lucian, can he outdamage and outposition a Corki in the later team fights? And in the Baron lane as well, we see that the Senna is going to be there along with Dawn, and Calm may be taking a lot of damage and absorbing a lot of pressure here, at least in the early phases of the game. He does need a little bit of assistance there. Yeah, Kraken Slayer. And maybe the Angler. Interesting.
Maximizing the damage and does pose a lot in the early game as well. Because, I mean, since now Esports, Baron laner and support is melee, then this should give so much edge towards Barry and Dawn. Calm is already chipped down to 60% HP the moment Rafe is here. Rafe is here, and it's just so difficult right now. I mean, look at the stacks. Barry's just consistently getting with his beautiful.
They don't know Xiaopi's here. They don't know Xiaopi's here, so they try to
bait
engage.
them in. Dawn is really low, jumps in. Xiaopi might just get the kill, but the last embrace actually holds the fort here for J-Team.
Yeah, that's actually really good for J-Team because that means that the Kha'Zix will be able to respond here, and he is full of health. He's going to be on them now. Mitsuru's there to help.
Yep. You're going to be able to... Ooh, almost with that last embrace. I mean, you have to really keep your eyes on Barry with that snare, because if you don't, you're going to get caught.
Yeah, Yezi almost got caught there as well. Beat forced it back out. Now Mitsuru very, very on point with his Lucian, his attentiveness, and his map awareness is paying dividends really here. And Mirmo being left in the bottom lane to kind of just free farm against this Galio will mean that he's going to be a pretty decently sized threat in the mid to late game. But, you know, he won't be getting any solo kills at all, if anything, for the next, well, for forever, basically. He's going to be a big team fighting monster, but his only job is to stay safe in the bottom lane. The rest of the team is going to try to make waves around. Whoa, hang on, making waves, getting first blood.
Yeah, big burst coming in on top side. That was unexpected there by Dawn. But also some information, 100% so far here for Yezi on the Corki. And that is going to be a scary stat to see here. I mean, J-Team, I mean, any champion they use is almost 100% win rate. They only lost one game out of the, let's say, 7 games they had so far in this tournament.
Let's take a look at how that actually happened. Dawn got a little bit too greedy there and was slowed down for almost forever by Rafe. So, yeah, he aggressed instead of trying to defend after popping the clone. So, you know, did not expect that Fiora damage to come through as much as it did. Unfortunately, now they're going to get jumped on again by Xiaopi.
Yeah, Dawn a little bit low, but Xiaopi just trying to chase him down. The cask after that flash was massive here from Rave. And now Dawn is caught up. He's going to be sacrificing himself here for the safety of Barry and NAOS. I'm liking what we're seeing right now. Such proactivity. And this is something we have wanted to see from this team from the last time we saw them. And J-Team, they are starting to struggle a little bit here. The DY just says hello towards Rave. Rave just says goodbye.
Yeah, a little bit of a hi, how you doing there, and Xiaopi really, again, being the key member here for NAOS Esports for getting their early game going. I mean, already they're getting a pretty good gank off onto Dawn, and, you know, the first one was a 2v2 kill, so Xiaopi, he is right now having a lot more impact over the map than his counterpart in the jungle. And you absolutely love to see it. In the bottom in the mid lane, though, it does look like Mirmo has swapped lanes over to the mid lane, having a Lucian go over to the bot lane. But it does look like the map movements are starting to come in for NAOS Esports. They don't want to be caught in one place. They want to constantly be moving, constantly be pressuring things. And it does look like DY maybe in a little bit of trouble. 0711 and Yezi are there making their way into the jungle of NAOS Esports. They can possibly surprise the NAOS boys with this blue buff being stolen away and them setting up for the Infernal Drake.
So far, Rafe has been a big, impactful player here on the side of NAOS Esports. 100% kill participation in both of the kills that was initiated here by NAOS. Now, JT wants to draw attention towards NAOS. They want to push them into committing onto this dragon, but they have to pay respect towards Mirmo. They have to pay respect towards Xiaopi because they can just poke them down and prevent them from having even the slightest interest in getting into this dragon pit. And now, Yezi And actually do really fantastic work, but needs to be very careful. That's a Justice Punch by DY, but completely negated by NAOS Esports. Mega Inferno Bomb into the cast as well. Will be zoning them away, but 0711 says, take this Dragon up for us. As now Dawn will go into the back line. Such big play here, but a little bit delayed onto the Cyclone. Now the package being used by Yezi to chase down Mirmo. They can just get this kill, landing the damage as well onto Mitsura. But on the other side, Calm just being a little bit late into this fight, being kited away. The last embrace holds him down, but will be able to sustain himself. JT has gotten them slightly a big lead. I mean, they got themselves a big lead in that fight.
That is actually a huge lead. And they get the Dragon, they get 4 kills for themselves, and they get the Rift Herald as well. And I think it's all because Calm was so late to the party, and NAOS, they did not want to overcommit there, but they ended up overcommitting very late into the fight. Zaupi, he tried to chase down Barry, but the last embrace held him down, and Rafe just was not mobile enough, and that was a pretty decent dive as well from Dawn. So what does that mean now? That means that Calm has to be very on point. They're going to go for a dive here. They will get that kill onto 0711.
Yeah. That is a little bit unfortunate there for JT. That's 2 kills. That is something that now Esports needed after that big upset in that Dragon fight. I mean, that's 4 kills that JT has gotten. Now they answered back. Now the kill score is tight. Now the gold is tight as well. And they managed to even just come back a little bit in terms of the gold, because JT, they gotten so much value after that team fight win. They got in the Dragon for themselves. They got in the RH. That leaves NAOS Esports kind of vulnerable a little bit, especially on the side lanes.
Yeah, and I do think that NAOS, their clumping up strategy means that, you know, if J-Team wants to aggress onto them, it's going to be very difficult, but Mitsura is getting chased away here. Calm will be there. He's going to engage onto 0711, but that tower will be taken for free, basically, by J-Team. So far, J-Team, they still have the momentum and a map-wide tempo right now compared to NAOS.
And speaking of tempo, J-Team is just upping the momentum that they have from that Dragon fight. Look at how they are positioning themselves. Topside push by Dawn. There is a split push by Yezi as well in the bottom lane. This is the 1-3-1 without the Baron takedown here by J-Team, and it's forcing NAOS Esports to actually respond accordingly. But right now, everyone is banking on Calm. Look at his score. 3-0-1. Divine Sunder and Executioner's Calling already completed. For that innate 1v1 experience advantage, Xiaopi just completely decimated. So unfortunate with his position right there. Here's entrance towards the very top. Calm might actually be in trouble here as he tries to sustain himself with a grand challenge, but won't be able to do so. Rafe left alone as now J-Team is just chasing him down. A little bit late on the Justice Punch, but still able to get that kill. Mitsura doesn't have that much damage. Throws out the calling to trim down DY. NAOS Esports just can't get any answers here against J-Team.
That was a little bit over-ambitious by NAOS Esports, and, well, they thought that once the Galio had gotten that kill, they could, you know, go for something, but the response was a little bit late, and that gave enough time for the Heroes entrance to come in. And yeah, they got caught with their pants down. Unfortunately, that is a big mistake for NAOS to make. The momentum has now swung completely into J-Team's favor, and while Calm, you know, he was very calm and confident in his lead, now it has all but disappeared. And Yezi, once he comes back with items, he's going to be such a big nuisance, such basically a big turret that can move for J-Team.
Look at Yezi having the most gold right now, and we talked about late game Corkis before already. It's such a scary experience when you're on the other side of the team, because the damage is just going to be massive, and that puts into the question, who is actually going to be tanking the damage here? Because Traffic can't do it alone. If he does, he will be shredded down, especially with the amount of damage that not only Yezi has, but also onto 0711 and also Barry, you know? And if the target is going to be the other members of NAOS, they're just going to be blowing up. So that gives now the space for J-Team to basically do anything that they want.
Yeah, and J-Team is doing what they want. They're going to take that Herald pretty much for free. Dragons up in about 5 seconds, and now they are moving towards that, but they are going to get engaged on.
Look at how Barry's HP just completely gets deleted in mere 2 seconds. And he's a tank here on NAOS. Daisy has a really good flag. Look at that package into the Dawning Shadow, into the Hero's entrance. Everyone just gets deleted here after that beautiful engage. And now Esports find themselves again lost.
It's once again just Calm left alive. And J-Team, they're really gonna find these flanks, these angles that NAOS really can't respond with. Let's take a look at that. Rafe being a little bit in front there, paid for it with his life. He tried to disengage with that explosive cast, but Yeezy from the side, the package coming in, and before that he already got a lot of damage onto Miro. He forced a flash there, and everybody melted to the Corki. Yeezy just too big for words right now. Look at that goal difference. Look at that swing. 7,000 up now. J-Team looking to close out this game very soon.
So if you're NAOS Esports right now, what is your take here? What should you do? Should you try to force a fight against J-Team? Maybe try to catch Yeezy off guard to get that shutdown gold? Do you try to isolate the members of J-Team and try to utilize Calm's early game lead to split, enable the split push here? Because it's really hard to go against this lineup of J-Team. They have the double global presence, like how we mentioned earlier. And oh, okay, wow, oh, that hurts.
Yeah, that hurts quite a bit.
That is the way.
Calm is still very strong. It's just that once he gets jumped on and he uses his riposte and doesn't really get a lot of value out of it, it's very difficult for him to get away without going for a grand challenge and then getting a kill. So the rest of NAOS, they have to respect the fact that J-Team is the stronger team here. They cannot even really contest too many things in their jungle.
Again, DY setting up here for the team. Look at that knock-up. Look at that Dawning Shadow in the follow-up again. J-Team just obliterating NAOS Esports right now. And there's nothing that they can do. They lost 3 people already. Make that 4. Calm cannot remain calm because this is the second time now that he finds himself alone after everyone dying at the side of NAOS Esports.
Yeah, and it does look like J-Team are going for the throne after that fight. Calm, he's been funneled back into the fountain, and there will be nothing left for NAOS to come back to. The Nexus should be falling here just a second, even though Yeezy did go down to the Nexus tower. Unfortunately, NAOS was not able to respawn in time there, and J-Team take the first game.
Is this the fastest game we have seen as well so far?
How long was that?
That is a little over 13 minutes.
That might have been the fastest.
And that was swift. That is a one-sided beatdown yet again. And J-Team, they're very capable of doing that. And that is something that NAOS Esports, we mentioned that they should be expecting. So many punishments, so many aggressive playstyle. And well, J-Team just basically read the whole intention there of NAOS and completely outmatched them. Every team fight was won there by J-Team. The only kills that NAOS Esports actually gotten was the ganks coming through from Zaupi and Rafe. And
yeah,
aside from that, basically nothing. Even twice in a row, we have seen 4 kills picked up by J-Team and Calm just being all alone to clear up the waves and try to defend the base.
Man, that was a very quick and decisive game coming in from J-Team and NAOS. While they had their moments in the early game, they were just not prepared for how decisive J-Team could be. I mean, once they found that one fight, it was just one mistake after another from NAOS. They kind of were taking to task here, just Calm not being in the right place at the right time, and that kind of sucks because they were depending on Calm to be kind of the barrier towards us against the storm here, because the rest of NAOS pretty squishy. I mean, there was not really a lot of leeway there for NAOS to tank any of the damage, especially against Yeezy, who just laid down the law, basically. He had so much damage. And even though, 15,000 damage, that does seem a little low. No, it was only a 13-minute game. So that is very, very big. And Mitsura definitely did not have a lot of impact as he might have liked on that Lucian.
I think that is the fastest game we have seen so far. And the second fastest was actually Cerberus Esports as well. Their win against NAOS Esports, that game number 3, at least on this tournament. Just speaking some stats here on this tournament, as this was just so mind-blowing. Yeah. I mean, Yezi as well, that flank, I think is the most beautiful flank with the package we have seen in this tournament as well. Just cutting down the escape path of NAOS Esports, and without Rave, who is going to be there to actually set up the play? Who is going to be there for the disengage? No one. Yeah. It's basically checkmate.
Exactly. And NAOS had some very, very specific setups that they needed to go to with that composition, but they just were not able to make that happen because they kept getting caught, because the key members of their composition, of their plan, were getting eliminated by J-Team. But big props to J-Team, because they knew exactly how to counter the high scaling composition of NAOS Esports, and that's by not letting them scale at all. That's just by dominating them in the early game, taking as many opportunities as they can to fight while they didn't have items. And once they had that lead, just leverage that into another take and another opportunity for more fighting. And eventually, 13 minutes in, they found the fight that they wanted in the mid lane. Just ran it down. Calm was not even a factor eventually. So now it's back to the drawing board for them, unfortunately.
Back to the drawing board. Yeah, even Calm 3-0-1 at the very start was just completely negated and avoided. Such a really good play here coming in from J-Team. And DY actually even landing the MVP 4-0-10 with 93 kill participation is just so massively impacting the game here for J-Team. And even not just him, even Don, the engage being made there, the follow-up towards the initiation of DY, 0711 as well, those assassinations that caught Zaupi off guard. And Yezi, I mean, when do you see a flank Corki with the package? Not much. And this game, it was just such a one-sided beatdown by J-Team. It would take a lot for NAOS, but hopefully it's not done for them just yet. I hope we do see them fighting back and maybe push this to game 3.
I hope so as well, but we will be seeing that game number 2 very, very soon. NAOS Esports, they do need to kind of shore up those weaknesses, because J-Team is really good at pouncing on opportunities and reading your weaknesses whenever they can, and then they just snowball that into even more opportunities for themselves. But before the next game, we'll be taking a little bit of a short break, ladies and gents. It's Cheatin' coming at you with Gyang, and stay tuned for what may possibly be the last game of the day.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what may possibly be the last game of the day. J-Team just pulled off an incredibly convincing victory against NAOS Esports for game number 1. We'll see if NAOS can go back to the drawing board and find a way back into this game and bring us to game number 3. My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Giyang, and we're going to be your casters for today.
I mean, that is a tough battle. A really difficult scenario to actually turn around, because that has been one of the most dominating games we have seen so far in this tournament. One of the fastest games as well. A definite one-sided beatdown. And J-Team, they're just so good at playing this game that they managed to completely deny the win condition of NAOS Esports. Calm earlier had 3-0, but we did not find we haven't seen him actually having that big impact, or that win or that advantage in the early game be translated into a team fight win here for NAOS.
Yeah, and NAOS Esports, where do you go from here? I mean, their confidence has to be a little bit shaken, you know, but they need to get that loss out of their minds. They need to focus up and kind of rethink their strategy, because they went for a very high damage, high scaling composition in the last game. That may not be the way in for this next one, because that just was read to filth by J-Team. So let's see how this shakes up. Now, once again, will be on the red side, and J-Team will be on the first ban. I fully expect the Ashe to be banned out again, because, you know, you cannot risk Mirmo on that, because, yeah, once he gets his hands on that Ashe, the enchanted crystal arrows will rain down from the sky.
So we can expect the same bans coming in here for J-Team. The Shen, the Ola, probably going to be respected. Zoe, Camille, and Aatrox should be the trend here for NAOS as well. And I think the draft has been, you know, okay for both sides, especially for NAOS. We saw that early game advantage by them, especially in funneling down, helping Calm actually have the leverage against Dawn. But it's the team fight that actually is the problem here for NAOS. How do you fix that?
Yeah, and it's just J-Team really having very, very specific and efficient team fighting. They know exactly how to flank and how to make fights go their way, even if initially they may have gotten picked off. At least one person has been gotten picked off, but man, it's just so difficult to get in on them and actually aggress when you are behind. And even if you're ahead, one single mistake in a team fight could spell your doom, and J Team could just take that little bit of a lead and hang on to it, snowball. You know, take an inch and they take give them an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. We saw that the kill onto Zaupi translated into 2 more kills into the top lane plus a tower. A kill onto Wraith translated into an almost ace. Only Calm remaining alive. And then a second engage. A bit of a mistake there coming in from, I believe it was actually Mirmo or Wraith once again that was caught a little bit stalling in the top lane. And then it translated into, well, a deja vu scenario. Calm just the only one remaining alive. And it also translated into J Team having a really fast game.
Yeah, and J Team, they know how to make use of an opportunity. They know how to make use of, any single opening. Once they won that one fight, they were like, okay, we can end. We don't have to go for objectives like Dragon, like Baron. We just end. We can go home early. That's what they were saying. But NAOS Esports now, they're kind of sticking to the same playbook. They're picking up the chase. They're picking up the Gragas. But I don't think that it should be Zaupi on this chase this time.
So far, mirror match. Or same champions being picked up here by everyone. Even the Ziggs. Same bans as well. Will we see a round 2 here for J Team and NAOS Esports? That should be quite interesting. If NAOS Esports can, win with the same lineup against J Team's same lineup, that would be a big message to be sent. But again, after that performance in game number 1, it's going to be a really difficult thing to just do. Jack's gonna be taken away. Most likely we will see a ban on the Akali as well. Then J Team will ban the Gwen and the Zed as a respect to the burst damage. Yeah.
a lot of things can go wrong here for NAOS Esports. Looks like J Team, they are still going to be
the
Kha'Zix ban. Is that a read? Is that a read? Because 0711 is definitely also comfortable on this Wukong if he has to play it. But the Jax being banned out here, It does leave a lot of questions for what is NAOS going to pick up next, because they are still missing possibly a mid or top or a jungle in top. Akali is not banned. Akali is up.
Yeah.
Zed is up as well. Mitsura could have a really good time if he picks up the Akali.
There must be a reason why they are letting the Akali spring free. Right? I mean, 0-11's Kha'Zix was impactful, but I think the Akali might be something that J Team is looking forward to seeing available as well, and they might just pick it up. Now Esports gonna be getting the ribbon for themselves, which will help them so much in team fighting. And I think that's something that was lacking for them in the Baron laner side. Yeah, Calm definitely was a monster in the side lane, 301 with the help of Wraith and also Zaupi. But in team fight, we saw him pretty much negligible. He couldn't enter towards J Team. And with this ribbon now, I think he would have that good initiation, crowd control, AoE burst damage as well that is necessary for them. And Mitsura, we will see him with the Akali. This is, I think, the better draft that they might just use to try and push this to game number 3.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm a lot more confident in NAOS' draft this time. Mitsura on that Akali, an absolute unit, man. But there's still quite a few questions here, like 0711. He's on that Xin Zhao. Will he be able to, have a big impact, especially in the early game against Zaupi? Dawn as well on the Wukong in the top lane. If he goes for some early trades and early fights against Calm, he may be on the winning side. So a lot of question marks here, but definitely feeling a lot better about NAOS' draft than the last game, especially since Mitsura did not really look all too comfortable on a ranged mid just like Lucian. But on the Akali or a Zed, Mitsura is very, very formidable.
I'm excited about this. I love the Riven pick. I love the Jace pick. The Akali, especially for Mitsura. He is just a monster on this champion. And it being let out open, now Esports opening this up, realizing, okay, we're on the red side. We can actually pick this up for ourselves. And JT actually not getting this champion away from Mitsura just serves so well here for NAOS Esports. Let's see if it's going to be enough here. I mean, it's everything on the line, backs against the wall for NAOS Esports. And J-Team, they're just looking to get this 2-0. Will it be prevented? That is to be found out in this game. But again, since NAOS Esports does have, you know, a bit of a scaling lineup with the Akali, I think Mitsura will take some time to load up his damage and also his overall, you know, mobility. They have to rely on Calm and Zaupi again with the help of Wraith. I think that the same strat from game number 1 can be implemented again here by NAOS.
Yeah, probably it could happen. It could be a good way for NAOS to actually get the early lead in, but you know, it remains to be seen, because J-Team, even if they are behind early on, if you give them anything in the mid game, they will just take the reins away from you. They will take that driver's side, and Mirmo taking quite a bit of damage already, at least compared to Barry and DY. Wow. Very early aggression here on the bot side of the map, but Calm and Dawn just trading blows back and forth. It is Dawn who will come out on top of this exchange, though.
He has a big Corki and made huge damage as 30% in that last game. Wow, that is such a big info. I mean, in that last fight as well, with the package, oh, it was just so good.
Yeah, lot of big flanks that we saw from Yezi. That looks like Zaupi.
Oh, nice gank actually. But Mirmo has been caught, forced to use the barrier. DY will try to layer the CC. Flash away by Ray, but here comes 0711 just with the flank. And they will get that first blood.
Yeah, great awareness there, and the follow-up from 0711. Big counter gank there, and DY knew exactly when to counter engage there. So Zaupi getting outplayed a little bit. J-Team's 0711, 100% win rate on the Xin Xiao the 3 times that he's played it. He's not lost yet. Definitely a master of XZ here. But I mean, that was just an ambitious play coming in from Zaupi. I do like the proactivity, but now Wraith is going to jump on Yazi. Barry's there to keep him alive, though.
Yeah, a while ago, the timing as well by the last embrace by the Senna, you know, the snare hitting Mirmo on his zigs was just so brilliant. It forced the barrier, forced him to just try and escape and leave everyone behind. Oh, 0711 actually dealt quite a bit of damage there.
Oh my god.
That is a clean solo kill by 0711.
Yeah, and this could be, it won't be the dive because Mirmo was able to clear out the wave, but you have to be very respectable of 0711 whenever he's around, man. He is just a force to be reckoned with, especially when it's a 1v1, and I did see that there was a big clash coming up there in the top lane, but there was absolutely no information. You have to be tracking this man wherever he goes, and Zaubi just kind of ran into him here. Yeah, he tried to flash out, but 0711 was on his case. My god, that ultimate to finish it off as well.
No satchel charge as well by Mirmo, so that time was just so unfortunate for NAOS Esports, and now they find themselves again in a tough spot. I think there was a kill on top side earlier that helped NAOS Esports, you know, kind of come back a little bit in this game, so good job there by Calm. Mitsura is quite low here in the mid lane, and I think they have to give a couple of plates towards J-Team. But overall, J-Team, especially 0711, has been just really on point with the ganks, with the timing, catching NAOS Esports off guard, and Zaupi has just been having a bit of a hard time in this early game.
Yeah, NAOS Esports, they do need to be very mindful of how they approach the early to mid game. Zaupi spending a lot of time up here in the top lane, looking for a possible lane gank, a possible dive here onto Dawn, but that is a lot of time investment though. So will it pay off for him? Because Wraith is going to be coming in as well. There they go. Dawn is going to be in danger here under his tower. There's a Cyclone. And he
and completely negated. Yeah, that is almost a minute with Zaupi in the top lane. Wraith as well is investing a lot of time trying to survive. But Sura has been spamming the recall there. And actually it looks really nice, you know, just with that dragon coming up. And well, he is still forced a little bit back here towards the base, and Rezi has been starting to be a bit scary, especially with the package 0711 having the Triforce alongside with the Corki. Such big damage, bursting damage already present here on the side of J Team.
Yeah, and man, this is such a difficult situation for NAOS to be in, man. They got everything that they've ever wanted, and there's a big fight coming in. The Hero's Entrance did get that, but now still is able to secure the Rift Herald.
Not much resources as well spent there by NAOS to escape. J-Team just wanting to fend them off. It was a little bit unfortunate for Yezi as well because it doesn't have the package anymore. They've expired, and yeah, that led them to not be able to actually engage onto them. But Mitsura finds himself a little bit caught. That's a nice timing with the Shield of Duran into the Justice Sponge. Mitsura still able to stay alive. Wow. Okay. That was nice coming from him, and managed to trim down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and with that being said, J-Team, they are now once again, they have the onus here, even though now they kind of kept the goal lead even with that first tower. I still think it's J-Team who could be coming out ahead here, just because they're a lot more proactive. They have a lot more going for them actually, and it's difficult for Mitsura to really prevent them from taking that tower.
In terms of gold, JT still possess a little bit of an edge against NAOS Esports. That is 1,000, almost 1.5k, depending on the resources that they are getting at that point in time. But now Esports is starting to scale up. I think the time being bought here for Mitsura to scale up is gonna be worth it for them. Also, Mirmo hasn't really been threatened that much into this game, aside from the gank earlier by 0711. But as he is still able to scale up and not really die in this game, that is already some win that now Esports is getting. But a Death Brush is being initiated.
Yeah,
the Black Mist.
They're coming in, and they wanted to make a play there, but now it's very attentive now to the potential plays that J-Team can make. So I'll be checking with an accelerated shock blast, but 0711 not really minding it all too much. But look at how deep J-Team want to be inside the jungle. They're not afraid of NAOS, even though there are 4 members of them inside that jungle.
Yeah, they know that when DY lands that Justice Punch, they can actually do a lot of damage. Oh, that's a bit of a miscommunication there by Rave and Mitsura. Now, that's going to be a bit of a blunder. Rave and Mirmo, rather, missing that combination for the Mega Inferno Bomb. No damage taken. Only 0711 is low, but they gotten a kill already. They can translate it into this tower damage and just basically walk away without any casualty.
Yeah, that is some anti-synergy right there that you don't want to have. I mean, that's so unfortunate, man.
Yeah.
Unlucky rubber ducky.
That's so frustrating to see. Even I got confused. Like, why did they separate it? I mean, it's the Gragas. Then what? That doesn't happen that much.
In the Philippines, that's what we call a sorry akin moment. Yeah, you gotta know that the comms there were, ay sorry akin. Yeah, all that being said though, it was just 1 kill that they had to give up. No towers or any other big objectives had to be given up by NAOS there for J-Team. So
that's definitely a scratch on the head.
Yeah, a definite head scratcher. J-Team though, their proactiveness in scouting out the jungle of NAOS means that NAOS can never be truly safe here. They need to be constantly checking and warding wherever they go, even if it's just in their own jungle. Versus the Blackness once again, maybe looking for an engage.
Very safe. Yeah, they're forcing NAOS Esports now to commit onto them because they know they can just take this RH, but they want even more. They know they can win the team fights. They have huge trust here for DY. Justice punch in. Wraith is caught up, needs to cast that cask once again, and without it, it's just being used for disengage right now. And without it, I think it puts NAOS Esports in such a vulnerable position. Wraith hasn't been really doing the work so far, a bit struggling right now on the side of NAOS Esports. I hope he does recover a bit because that miscoordination is just so frustrating for them.
Yeah, that's gotta be weighing heavily on their mind now. They need to be a lot more attentive in their comms or things can go wrong very quickly. The Rift Herald has been dropped in the mid lane, giving J-Team a lot of time on this dragon. Now is choosing not to contest, gives it to them for free. You know, how is NAOS going to re-engage here, or are they even going to contest J-Team with 4 members of them around mid lane?
RH into a dragon, everything just is being acquired here by J-Team. NAOS Esports, what do you do at this point of the game? Well, they are stalling for Mitsura. Maybe that, but team fighting wise, we haven't really seen them really pop off just yet. And slowly but surely, their towers are being chipped off here. Good job by Mirmo, honestly, just doing Zig stuff. You know, preventing waves from crashing into the tower, helping them sustain most of their towers. But now, as JT actually accelerates their pace, they're going to be able to take one tier 1 tower again here into the top lane. And, oh, DY might actually be caught a little bit, but still is okay here in the mid lane. Just helping out J-Team defend. Oh my god,
whoa, DY!
Into the Cyclone. And now, Mirmo finds himself in a bad spot. Now Esports gets surprised again. Oh my gosh, into the flash. Barry just follows up and Wraith will just get taken down. J-Team, they're just so good.
The absolute confidence they had with that cash. DY was like, alright, Justice Punch. Mirmo is taken out, and then the instant follow-up. No miscommunications here from this Chinese team, and they engage once again.
Trying to initiate. Mr. finds himself a little bit down there and has to fall back, has to give this tower again to J-Team, and now we're finding a 5,000 gold lead for this blue side team.
Things are falling apart once again for NAOS Esports. At least Zaupi was able to contest that red, got it for himself, but it's so dangerous now, even to stroll into their own. This is definitely J-Team's game to lose. They have so many advantages, and now, like, even mechanically, J-Team has been absolutely styling on them.
What do you do when you're NAOS right now? Rafa hasn't really been popping up. Mirmo is being a victim here of the engages as well, and J-Team, there's just no hesitation when they go in. DY is so huge in these team fights, basically surprising NAOS Esports all the time with his engage, catching them off guard. 0711 as well, they have full access and vision on this top side jungle and have access onto the Baron as well. If NAOS Esports checks, they can find themselves in a bad spot again, get initiated, and maybe even get aced.
Yeah, and how do you, honestly, how do you stop the roll from J-Team here if you are NAOS? I mean, you have to start to think about how you halt their momentum. Do you try to go for a 5v5 team fight? Do you allow Mitsuru to just farm up and then try to go for assassinations while the rest of the team try to hold them off in a team fight, look for maybe an angle to get in? Or do you just try to go for picks, try to go for side lane pressure? There are a lot of questions here that NAOS needs to answer, and they need to answer it quickly because J-Team, they are piling the pressure on, especially in the side lanes.
Well, kudos to Calm and Mirmo actually, still being able to keep up with the gold against their respective opponent despite all the towers falling down from their side. Mirmo is a little bit behind as well, you know, 1.5k gold lead by Yezi, but it's still an Akali. I mean, if he gets an access towards the backline, he can easily obliterate any member of J-Team. But now, Curse of the Black Mist just being camouflaged right now. Mirmo might be in trouble. They don't know that they're there. Rafe will body slam away as J-Team a little bit late there. Fortunately, NAOS Esports able to escape.
Yeah, but you can see how NAOS Esports is feeling the pressure. Anytime they see the Curse of the Black Mist run towards them, they have to get away. There is no way for them to actually positively engage here. So with 30 seconds left on the Dragon, they have to make this dance count, I think. Like, this Dragon fight could be the make it or break it moment for NAOS Esports. If they are able to win that fight or get a pretty good result, even if they don't win, that could start the scaling for them. But the package we gotta be coming in here very soon for Yeezy. I don't see this going really well for NAOS unless they get a surprise onto J-Team.
Maybe this is the surprise. I mean, they're setting up a death brush. No wards here by J-Team, at least for now. Zap's in the vicinity as well. Dawn being in the front line. Here comes J.D.Y with a flash into the taunt. And uh-oh, NAOS Esports are going to be losing Wraith here. Now Dragon is vulnerable. This is the soul here for J-Team. NAOS Esports, they can contest. I mean, so many low HP members here on the side of J-Team, but they can actually force them into committing. That's a nice smash. Become actually be in the front line. That's a nice damage here by NAOS Esports. But what can they do now? Mitsura is way into the back line, trying to get the kill into the Dawn. But now Calm just being here, just helping NAOS Esports. The last embrace is just so good from the Senna. Mitsura, he has to pop off. He has to get the kill. But now it's just 3 versus 1. And that's going to be the ace. J-Team just outmatched them in that team fight.
3 versus 1 to 3 versus none. J-Team, they knew their damage thresholds. They knew that they had to keep Mitsura away from the backline access. So with all that said and done, J-Team have really found a way to dominate this this Dragon, this fight, and this game. Wraith, last man standing. Well, the first man to respawn there. And I don't think J-Team even actually care about him. He's not non-factor in them taking down the inhibitor turret. And the next Drake to spawn will be the Elder. Let's take a look at that again, because there was a lot of things going on in that team fight. NAOS, they tried to go for some big stuff there. I mean, Mitsura almost got a kill as well. And he did at least finish off one member of J-Team, which was Izzy. But, you know, the re-engage for him was very slow. He wasn't able to make his way into the rest of this fight, and then Dawn just outplayed him by Eing onto Mirmo. And then it was like, without any resets or anything, man, Mitsura just did not perform in the latter half of that fight after taking out Izzy. Look at the damage though from Mirmo still. My god.
I mean, he is very stable at the very least, but the problem is that Wraith just keeps on getting caught. A while ago, he was forced to stasis and pretty much not be able to do the Gragas things we expect him to do. And now it's Esports, I mean, having him being constantly disengaging is just causing them to be this passive and reactive. And J-Team, they recognize that they know that they can just force NAOS Esports to escape as much as possible. They can get Wraith down, they can kill him, they can just win a team fight easily, just like a while ago. And DY has been serving so much here in the front line, initiating Barry as well with the last embrace snare. And now, okay, they realize NAOS Esports is not gonna fight us. Let's bring the fight towards the Baron, force them to actually commit. And look at Dawn actually with a flank.
Where are you? Why are you there?
Here. Here's Andros actually gonna be used here by DY. A little bit questionable. Dawn is gonna be staying alive.
He's out.
Oh my god. He's still alive for so long. Okay, Mitsura got the kill, but DY now again with the engage. Mega Inferno Bomb doing a lot of damage. Wraith will try to stasis away and be the sacrificial Gragas here. 0711 goes in. Zaupi trying to stay alive. No steals from NAOS, but at least they still are alive, and some of them are going to be able to defend the base.
2-4-2, but J-Team did get that Baron. The rest of NAOS, though, can they fight a straight-up 3v3? Mitsura did really well taking Dawn down, but now he's going to get engaged on by 0711.
Oh,
almost got bursted down by his Xiao.
Yeah, Crescent Guard into that burst. I think J-Team will just end the
They're
misery
going for
here.
the throat.
NAOS Esports are trying to defend Mitsuru with an attempt to save the game, to save the day, but it won't be enough. J-Team remaining undefeated after a 2-0 sweep against NAOS Esports.
Yes, and that is definitely a feather in the cap of J-Team. NAOS Esports were not able to stop their roll. That was just such a convincing match. J-Team knew exactly when and where NAOS Esports were going to be coming from. They absolutely read their... the J-Team read every single page from NAOS's playbook and were like, okay, we know how to counter this, we know how to counter that. How is NAOS supposed to fight against that, man? I mean, from the start, they had so few options. I mean, it was going well, at least in the early to mid game, but when the chips were down and the Xin Xiao got activated, he became such a monster, almost impossible to deal with. So big props over to J-Team. And NAOS, well, another Filipino team falls once again. I don't think the Filipino teams have been having a good time this week so far.
Yeah.
I think they're like 0 for 3 in the matches that we've seen. Unfortunate for us Pinoy fans.
Yeah. And J-Team, we just see the clear difference in terms of performance. J-Team was an absolute monster in this game. Game number 1, one-sided beatdown. Game number 2, we saw some fight being made there by NAOS Esports. But J-Team really exploited the fact that Rafe wasn't really having a good time in that game and just focused all their might onto him. And when they forced him to use the flash, to use the cast into stasis, and not really do the initiation things that NAOS Esports wants him to do, it cracks the whole intention here of NAOS Esports, and J-Team just punishes them thoroughly all throughout the game. Look at the damage of Mirmo. He was actually doing so well. You mentioned that earlier. Zalpi as well. Mitsuru has been trying, especially in terms of scaling into that game, but they were just not allowed here by J-Team to use all those damage into a team fight win, because they lose their support so early. They lack the crowd control anymore. They lack the separation that the cast can actually provide, and DY was just an absolute monster in this game. I'm not even gonna be surprised if he gets the second MVP in this game, because every time he engages, it just surprises NAOS Esports. It translates into a kill.
Those flash justice punches were so on point. I mean, compare that to Rafe. He just did not have a huge impact here. Always getting caught. NAOS definitely have to VOD review that. And Rafe specifically has to think of, you know, how he got there, how what his thought process was going into the places that he was going into, because that just was not a great place. Those were not great places for him to be at all. So I hate to say it, but now they do really need to go back to the drawing board. It is imperative that they figure out what is going wrong for them, especially against these stronger Chinese teams, or they will just end up in the lower 6 of the APAC teams, and that means that they won't be able to get to the playoffs.
Oh, that is a nightmare for sure, if ever. I mean, if you're a Filipino fan here of, PH region teams fan, then you don't want that to happen. But so far, that has been kind of what's happening here to NAOS, and even earlier to Fennel. It's just a really tough time against these really strong teams. The only APAC team we have been seeing to shine actually is KT. The only team to really do wonderful work so far in the APAC region. And they even 2-0'd Fennel a while ago. J-Team just being so solid and remaining undefeated, similar to EDG. The only thing that separates them from EDG is one game loss. Not a serious loss, just one game loss.
Yeah, that's it. Just J-Team lost one game compared to EDG, who have yet to drop a single game. So that means that EDG will keep their top 1 spot, but J-Team very close on their heels, man. It's not a very far possibility for them to challenge EDG soon in terms of being the top dog. But as of now, man, it's just so, it looks so difficult to go up against J Team, and you know, big props to them. They're definitely earning their spot in the top of the rankings right now.
Yeah, basically J Team has been kind of the APAC killer here. Most of their games actually was coming against APAC teams. KT, Cerberus Esports, and just now NAOS. And all of the games was actually 2-0. That is how strong the WRL teams are. And NAOS Esports, I mean, we can't help but feel a little bit sad for them. It was a really big struggle for them in this game, in the series, and a lot of things has to be made in order for them to improve. And now we do see the standing, the updated standing again. EDG just so good in this game. J Team sitting close second. Nova Esports, we will see them play again in this week. Just had 2 games so far, and both of those were actually wins as well. KBG just trying to climb back up into the bracket, and the only teams that are actually struggling right now, aside from FPX, are Rare Atom and Thunder Talk, which have yet to really cement a win for themselves, especially Rare Atom and especially Thunder Talk, actually, because they're just having a bit of a hard time right now.
Absolutely. Woohoo Gaming as well. They did lose the game earlier, but let's take a look. KT.RY are cementing their place at the top of the standings here for APAC. 3 wins and only 1 loss. NAOS, Nigma Galaxy, and Fennel each have 2 losses to their names, but Fennel, they don't have a win just yet. The rest of the APAC teams, though, still yet to really prove how accurate these standings are. Buriram United, definitely kind of deserving at the moment of that number 2 spot. They are one of the stronger teams in APAC at the moment. Invade Esports as well, 1 win, 1 loss, but it is not it's really not shaking out too well for the Filipino teams. Cerberus Esports, though, kind of surprised to see them this low at number 6 at the moment, but they have an opportunity to rectify that because they do have a game tomorrow against Rare Atom. We also have Invade Esports versus JDG and Weibo Gaming versus Nova Esports tomorrow.
Now this should be interesting, you know, Rare Atom, Weibo Gaming, Invade Esports as well. We are looking for their, you know, comeback. I mean, most of the teams here, Cerberus Esports even being on the right side of our bracket, on the red side of our bracket. Invade Esports actually is so far standing really close in that 4th spot coming into today's games. But let's see if they can actually, you know, redeem themselves, especially for the other teams that we have mentioned. Again, this past few days have been battles of redemptions here for our teams to, you know, climb into the upper half echelon of our groups, CN Conference and APAC Conference respectively. And it will take a lot of really blood, sweat, and tears to grind into that other side, because you're trying to compete against really strong teams as well, especially in the CN Conference.
Yeah, and it does seem like the CN Conference has just been running rampant here, especially against the APAC teams, man. It's not looking all too good for our brothers and sisters, well, brothers mostly, over at APAC. But the Chinese Conference teams, man, they have been showing that they deserve to be called the #1 region in the world. I mean, that's what we already know them as, but they just look so clean. And APAC, they're known for, like, you know, messy, aggressive fights, but the Chinese teams, they have just been taking the APAC teams to task over that, and it seems like there's very little that APAC teams can do against Chinese teams at the moment. So, you know, as this league evolves, there are going to be a lot more weeks to go. Hopefully, things will solidify and answers will come for the APAC teams.
And we will see. I mean, we have a lot of expectation for our teams, you know, just some development, maybe some surprises later on. We get that some teams does really struggle against other teams as well, especially against when an APAC team goes up against a WRL team. But again, it's the learning that you can actually get from that you should apply into your next games. And I think there's a lot of learnings being done here by our, you know, struggling teams as of today's schedule. You know, WHG, especially Fennel and NAOS, they're going to be going back to the drawing board, re-strategizing once again. What have we done wrong? What can we improve? What can we actually implement into our next games? Because again, until you stop fighting, you can still fight back and you can still turn the tides around. And again, it is a 10-week long group stage regular season here in the WRLA 2023 Season 1. And you have more ways, lots of chances to actually redeem yourself. It's going to be up to you to actually take that challenge and just start fighting back.
Motivational speech coming in here from Giyang, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you APAC teams are listening in. But yeah, with that being said, that is going to be the close of our day. 2-0s all around. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and stay tuned for tomorrow because there will be more WRLA to come. My name has been G10. Coming at you with me has been Giyang, and I hope you guys have a good night.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.